Val, are you still playing this thing?
Smells like nerd in here. Oh, it's just me. Silly. Oh, I can't put my legs up because he's still taking my ottoman. You know, part of what really helps my back throughout the day is being able to put my legs up because I got like massive back pain all the time. And he has been in my room pretty much every day for like last week, taking my ottoman. And if I already have my legs up, it's one thing. I can just keep him up. But if I put them up, he'll get disturbed and he'll run off. So I just leave him. Leave him be. Anyway, as far as the streak situation is going, it seems that your streak was in fact okay. If you're not getting a streak, so just as a heads up, there was a feature being implemented with the streak that should be going live about this time. I want to say that like August, September was their deadline for it. That said, if your streak, if you missed streak, you can watch the VOD of that day or any VOD. I don't remember if it's any VOD or the most recent VOD for 15 minutes and keep your streak. So if you aren't seeing your streaks continue, try watch it. Just throw up a VOD in a separate window for 15 minutes. Let it go. See if it re-ups it. It might be that they're implementing the feature and like the actual streaking is not working, but the VOD streaking is or something like that. So just something to help make sure you can keep your streak going. I know the streak is a bummer when you have it really long and it gets dropped because of some bug or something or the disconnections from the internet or whatever might happen, which is why that forgiveness feature is being implemented. But for now, you know, taking precautions to keep that streak going might be worth it. Hopefully it doesn't have to come to that. Decoy Ottomans. I think he just wants to be close to me. He's a very, very affectionate cat. And he's also very awkward. So sitting on my lap is affection plus awkward. And so he'll only stay there for a little bit of time before he scampers off somewhere because it's awkward and he's awkward, but he wants to be affectionate. The best that'll happen is if I'm on the couch, I have like a little blanket, strip of blanket next to me, and he'll plop down there and get all stretched out along that and lay there for maybe an hour at most. Like she'll lay on my lap all day. If she decides that's where she wants to be, it's forever. Like until something stops her from wanting to be there, like food or needing to use the litter box or something, and then she'll usually just pop right back over. Oh yeah, wow, hey, nice. Oh, that's because the Xbox version, the release is new. So the Xbox audience is a new audience. They wouldn't want to do it as at a sale price. That would be silly. Oh, wow, we got some support coming in. RPG Chick, 98 months, almost 100. Thank you. Playing Hazek, thank you for the 301 bits. And Lady Lore, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 44 months. I feel like it's been a bit since I've seen you, so it's nice seeing you. For those of you coming in and hanging out, Trails of Cold Steel 2 has been a video game, and I've been very, very frustrated with it through the 2 days that we played so far. So today I'm going to try to take a different approach and just kind of mellow, you know? But yeah, I was very unhappy with the way the game is going and the balance of it and everything. And now that I know how it's gonna be, maybe that'll allow me to just kind of chill with it, because it has been a frustration leading up to this point. Oh, okay. I understand the back pain woes with the sciatica pain that I have, so I get it. Working on a model kit, nice. Well, sciatica can be caused from a slip disc, but yeah, I don't really know what I'm very pretty certain it's sciatica based on everything that I know about it and all the research I've done on it and everything. It's more than likely sciatica, but I can't afford to go and see a doctor. So, well, I mean, I can go and see a doctor, but they're just gonna push on my back and be like, because I'm gonna need a $3,000 scan and actually figure it out. That's the part I can't afford. But it's fine. All right. So yeah, we're still in Act 1. They're doing it in acts this time, which is weird. It's like Act 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. And it's more than likely, if this actually continues, it's gonna be probably 3 acts with 2 to 3 sub-chapters each, which means it'll be like Act 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, Act 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, that kind of thing. And we're in Act 1, 3, and we'll probably finish that up pretty quickly, which is essentially like 3 chapters worth of content at that point, in the equivalent of Cold Steel 2 or 1 rather. So that means that we're like pretty much on chapter 3-ish. It's also possible that like we only do Act 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, and then just Act 2, Act 3, which makes sense because the acts are very, very like structured, like rigorously structured, with the same exact gameplay loop in order to get our old classmates together, which we just finally did just about. We just need Jesus back, and that's it. And that likely means that after that it might just follow like a normal narrative path, which is a shame because it's like, did you not take from better games before you on how to like reacquire your party members? You know, you can have main plot move forward and get your party members back, or just have like some party members just sort of be something you get along the way, or little hidden places. I don't know. It just seems very weirdly structured and forced instead of it being this living, breathing world that you're navigating and stumbling upon them as you go through it, you know? It's like they didn't know how to tell the story until I got my party members back. Anyway, let's say hello. What do we got? Got Noni, what's up? Pikatsu, hello. RPG Chick, hello. Rio Power, what's up? We got Zy Freak, Velacor, Mecha, what's going on? Asher, enjoy your lurks. Northrex, what's up? Let's see, playing Isaac, hope you're doing good. Lady Lore, hello. Songbird, what's up? Rodbear the Mighty. Yeah. Let's just get going. Alright, we just beat that dumb, really dumb enemy, so we're just gonna go straight to story. But we cleared out everything. We actually did manage to beat that ridiculous elite enemy. But it was after we gained some levels by doing some other alternate things and then a tremendous amount of luck. I don't have full craft points. Did I only stay at the inn once? That's what today's for. We're gonna find them all. Yeah, we're gonna get all the Dragon Balls and then wish this to be a good game. Aye. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be too controversial to criticize this game heavily, as everybody was saying last night that this game usually falls on near the bottom of the list of best Trails games kind of thing, so.
I can do this. Now! I'll back you up. This is it for you.
Let's move. Ha! Leave this. They're off guard. Got you.
Here I go. Now! Gotcha. I'm so sorry. Nice shooting.
Oh, I don't think anybody would disagree with that, but of course Sky 1 and 2 should have been one game, and so should have Crossbow 1 and 2. Oh, we already did this area. Well, we did the Aqua Shrine, of course. Okay.
Well,
Let's move. Sit.
right. Now, Lord Shay, I'll back you up.
Leave this.
Yeah. It's my turn.
My turn. Sit.
No problem. My turn. It's my turn.
My turn.
That takes.
Yeah, it's because the only people that review the games are the fan base. Nobody else like comes into the series randomly and decides that they review it. They also probably don't give it very much time if they don't like it. Generally speaking, when a game has mixed reviews, it tends a lot to be let's see. When a game has mixed reviews, it tends to be a popular franchise, and then like they're disappointed people because it didn't do the thing that they wanted it to, or it actually was a bad game. It's really hard to judge reviews too much, but like if you took this same game and you did not name it Legend of Heroes, it would not have 90% positive reviews, guaranteed. Oh, South Croydon Highway. Yeah, I got fed up and I said, screw it. We're winning with the power of DLC. Although to be fair, at the time that I won, I only used one Zerum. So it just was luck that I got the offense down to proc. Approaching Barrier South entrance will cause the main story to advance. As a result, unfinished quests will disappear. But yeah, the more surprising part is that I spammed so many of those things and I still couldn't win
Nice
until the gods of luck were on my side. And even then, the only reason I used that one at that point is because I saw that his HP was basically at the point where I knew Laura would finish it out.
Right. Now, Lord's hand. I'll back you up.
My turn.
Yeah. Of course.
Here I go. Now!
An opening. Our fighting was in.
Huh? We got this.
Let's move. Sit.
No problem.
Leave this to me. They're off guard.
Got you.
It's my turn. How about this?
Let's move. Sit.
No problem.
Leave this to me.
Of course. How about this?
My turn.
I can do this. We should be safe. Oh, look! There's a treasure.
Hydro cannon. Every time I see Hydro Cannon, I just think of Pokemon, so I think it's gonna be like a high damaging ability, but it's not really.
This spot looks perfect for fishing. This spot looks perfect. Huh.
Is that a salamander?
Not what I had in mind. Not bad.
Oh, interesting. Is there elitism in the fan base? I haven't experienced it with just like fans that come into the channel and chill. I mean, maybe it's because I have been playing them from the start, and so I don't get caught up in that drama. I don't know. I'm asking.
My turn.
The Songbird suggested there is.
Finished.
Our fighting was.
Fishing. I mean, I can't really agree with that. I don't tend to find fishing minigames very good, although this one's alright, so.
Well,
Here I go. Now!
An opening.
no problem. Now, I'll back you up. Nice shooting.
Nice shooting, Tex.
Let's move. Sit.
Right. Now, Lord's hand. I'll back you up. This is it for you.
Leave this.
Of course. We should be safe now.
Yep, I agree, Lady Lore. It's one of the hallmarks of the popularity of Final Fantasy VII was the intermittent regular minigames that broke up the monotony and repetition. It's an extremely important aspect of modern game design in general,
Let's move.
thanks to the
No problem.
illumination of Final Fantasy VII.
Of course.
My turn.
I can do this. We made it out.
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, you should start at Sky 1. You really should. But, like, if you don't, whatever, you know? People are gonna play the only thing that bothers me is when people, like, get really good advice about how they should approach a video game, and then ignore that advice, and then complain
Here I
about
go.
the thing that they ignored when they ignored it. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody says you should play Sky from the beginning and then get into the series from that way, and then they complain saying the story felt like it was just jumping right into the middle of another story, then it's like, well, yeah, that's because it was.
No problem. Now, Lord's hand. I'll back you up.
Let's move. Now!
An opening. My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn. Sit.
I can do this. Now! Time to finish.
You can see Bereahard fairly well from here.
I don't remember what town Bereahard was. Oh, that was the noble
If she's
city.
considering this as a surveillance point.
Enemy sighted. Let's take him out. My turn. Sit.
I can do that now. I'll back you up. This is it for you. Nice shooting, Elisa. Together we're unbeatable.
I did it.
Taros. Damage increase. Whoa. Damage increased by 75%? Oh, delay after attack multiplied by 1.5. So you have 50% more delay, but you do 75% more damage. That's actually a net gain. I could see that being good on her, just because, like, she's just a big slappy anyway, you know? And her turns order doesn't really matter. It was just attack last game? Oh yeah, just like regular attacks only. Yeah, I think I remember that. That's unfortunate. It's a pretty bad negative. Oh man, you know what? I kind of want to level it up, just so that I could maybe when it levels up, it gets some good stuff, you know? Like I'm gonna put it on her, and I'm gonna hope that it levels up and actually reduces that penalty a little bit. Yeah, there's definitely harder Laura Smash and everything, and you know, especially if you utilize it with like a craft point regen, then it doesn't really matter that she gets a delay because you're just gonna interrupt your attack anyway. So I mean, there's some option there for sure for some builds. The only problem is that like, if you start the battle with the strength up, especially later on, it turns into 50% strength up. Like that's arguably better than just 75% damage because of the way stats scale in this game. And you don't have the delay. Sure, it's only for 4 turns, but like, you don't have the delay, you know? So I'll level it up and I'll see how it goes. Also, this does not look like a war-torn nation. This just looks like a normal town with a guard. And if they'd let us right in, I'm gonna flip my fucking shit.
Halt. Are you travelers?
You could say that, yes.
We came here from the Gram. Would it be possible for us to enter the city?
What, on foot? Not every day we see guys like you. Why didn't you just use the train?
We would have liked to, but the wait for the next one was simply too long. Thanks to the new regulations, there are barely any trains running anymore. It was actually faster on foot.
Interesting. Because they talked about how the noble faction was reestablishing the trains and they're so much better now and everything's good. And the reality is that they're not. And once again, it's that like fascist lying to your people to make it seem like it's better than it really is. And then creating problems and then pretending that you're making solutions for those problems.
Well, if you say so. You can enter, but we're going to need to check if any of you are on our wanted list first.
We still have reason to believe that there are people out there plotting against the Noble Alliance. We can't be too careful. Let's see. Where's that list?
This isn't good.
Emma, I know. Excuse me, could I ask you to look into my eyes for a moment, please?
Really? If somebody like that comes up to me and says, look into my eyes, please, I am not looking into their eyes. Can she just like not have a real fucking like line to be like, excuse me, can I have your full attention, please? There's something really important I need to tell you. And then he would look in her eyes. Come on.
Huh? That's an odd request.
Audite sermonem meum.
What the?
Huh?
We're just common travelers, and we aren't on that list of yours, which means we can pass, right?
Why are you still standing there? Go along inside.
Just don't go causing any trouble, unless you want to find yourselves arrested.
Thank you very much. Shall we be going?
Yeah.
The Noble Alliance's advantage in this war remains overwhelming as always. Rufus has achieved much in his position as Chief of Staff as well. But the fact remains...
Me, geezer gangster? Yeah.
Cayenne is still the one with the most influence and power. Something must be done about this. But what? How?
So that was your line of thinking when you sent those Jaegers to Ymir, was it? You moved to take Princess Alphen into your custody and use her to replace Duke Cayenne as Supreme Commander of the Alliance.
Do you have something you want to say to me, Eustace? You seem very unhappy about the fact I sent him to the hometown of one of your classmates.
Not at all, Father. However, I do believe my brother also expressed disapproval of those actions. I humbly ask that you think twice before interfering with any neutral powers in the future.
And I would suggest you think twice before involving yourself in matters that are of no concern to you. Focus on the work you have been given, and leave me to do mine.
I apologize for speaking out of turn.
I must think of something that will allow me to seize his position. I can't allow that pompous halfwit to call himself the Alliance's Supreme Commander for a moment longer.
What? Massive infighting and power grabs and a fascist takeover. Never heard of that. What? That can't possibly be a thing.
Consider how Rufus should be acting in his position as well.
Alouette and alouette and alouette and something with the French words. I thought it said vanity tailoring. It's Valentine tailoring. It'd make more sense in this place to be called vanity tailoring. The armors are not upgrades? Well, they're upgrades for them. The boots are definitely bigger upgrades, but wow. That is quite the magic defense upgrade. I mean, I think it's foolish not to equip this on everybody. Like, you lose 20 defense, but you gain 540 magic defense? Like, it's not even a contest. That's just an incredible amount of magic defense. Davo's Factory. Let's get rid of our Sepith mass first, because we're gonna probably need some cash here. And let's see, with Master Quartz, no, okay, bye, no. Where's the weapons? I don't want to talk to you. Oh, it'd be nice to be able to afford those. Dude, you're still in your school uniform. Really? This is like the 5th NPC that we've still seen in their school uniform, and it like defies all logic. I don't understand how you can, like, with a straight face, just plop the character in there with their school uniform on and not even just change their fucking shirt. Like, it wouldn't be all that difficult. Just keep the design exactly the same and just change the color or the pattern on it or something, you know what I mean? Like, the actual development of this game just feels so lazy. And I'm not usually one to use the term lazy development, because I think it's like a misrepresentation of development, but just like, I have no other word for it, because it's just like anyway. Yeah, why are you dressed like that? Oh, she's dressed in her school uniform because she got a part-time job. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. That's not what they were thinking about. They were thinking about slapping an apron on her and just calling it good. I like how you can see the price is 7.5 million. No. Where's the weapon shop? Shouldn't it be right here? Shouldn't this... I should be able to get a Asagiri. Oh, that's what I have. It's the same weapons. Okay. Okay, never mind. These are the weapons that I'm currently using. Except for hers. She's got a Braver 2+1. That's why she can't get the new one. Oh, no, that's what it is. Okay. Then we don't need to worry about anything. We're as geared as we're gonna get. Looks like we're gonna go through that sewer dungeon again. Don't stir up any trouble while you're here. Immediately goes into wealthy manors and robs them. Nah, you can't do any of that in this game, but you can do some breaking and entering. I think I may have found a hidden quest. Yeah, I mean, it's like 90% asset reuse. Missing kitten. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to have like the generic, hey, there's a chest in every house kind of reason for exploration. But there could at least be some reason for exploration, and talking to every NPC is not really it. You damn well better believe we're gonna get that missing kitten. I'm guessing the next part is going to be in here because... Nope. We're just gonna go ahead and leave town and we'll be able to get back in, no problem, because it's not like this is a war-torn country where they'd, you know, be locking that down pretty drastically.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
An opening.
Right. Fire.
My turn.
Here I go.
Let's move.
I can do this.
Say Frosty.
My turn.
Of course. Let's keep going.
Stay on guard, everyone.
It's a big boy.
My turn.
Petey
Now's our
Piranha.
chance. Let's go, everyone.
Understood.
Right. Of course.
My turn. They're off guard.
Got you.
Our fighting was in.
How much you want to bet we get a quest to go find some sap later on?
should keep going.
I can do this. No problem. Oh, please. We made it out in one piece.
Oh, there's Tauros. Let's see. So the damage does increase, so there's that, which makes it more worth it. So now you're getting double damage, but only 50% delay. So already you're getting an equivalent to what, 33% increased damage over time? And then attacks cause death blows 10% of the chance. Wow. So that's pretty nice little addition. Would I keep that on her until I see what all has to offer?
With my little eye. The good.
Petrify. What's up, No Name?
Let's move. Now's our chance.
An opening!
No problem.
Leave this.
Of course. How about this?
My turn.
No problem.
Onward! They're off guard!
Got you.
Our fighting was a success.
Oh, that poor kitty. Forgot to check what my reward was. It's not sent. That's what it was. Prevents confuse. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go now, though, because... it's not really suggesting what we should or should not do. And I wasn't skipping the main story, obviously. I just realized all the churches in all the towns are the exact same. It's not... yeah. Ah, there we go. These are a little bit better. I mean, they switch around the bookshelves and everything, of course. That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure the size is the exact same everywhere. Yep, no new weapons as I thought, okay. Huh. It's not a bad accessory either. Once again, a lot of these accessories are kind of nice, but unfortunately they come with, like, not preventing debuffs, which are kind of insane. Look at that just because of evasion builds. But yeah, debuffing is bonkers horrible to the player, so need protection from debuffs in these games. Oh, there we go. Oh look, somebody else who hasn't taken off their uniform for a month. Student dead, they can't afford new clothes, yeah. One second. fuck? The fuck you mean I don't have permission to save my folder there, you dick? I've been saving these there for the whole, like, forever. Get out of here. They wouldn't be wearing their uniforms. Like, they'd just be wearing their common street clothes. You know what I mean? Like, it does not make sense, even in the most ridiculous of contexts, unless it's like, yeah, times are tough, so, I'm putting on my student uniform to, you know, entertain men or something like that. That would be like the only reason where it actually makes sense. The more likely thing would be they would try to sell their uniform to get food, because it would be a nice fabric. But also keep in mind that the Thor's Academy is a prestigious school, so generally, even if you're of lower birth, you're gonna have enough money. But they don't need to do that because there's quest tracking. That isn't a factor. It's the only intentional design here is lack of effort. That's not surprising, Zyfreak. Actually, everybody has the freedom to do whatever they want. There are just consequences to that mindset. I do find it funny how, like, every party member makes their entire personality that they just attended Thor's and that's it. It's like, I don't know about you, but I really don't give a shit about anybody that I went to school with unless they were like actually a friend or something. I mean, I care about all people and I feel like everybody should have a comfortable life and everything, and that's not what I mean by that. What I mean by it is like, I wouldn't feel like I have some kind of like responsibility or like some kind of connection to somebody just because I went to school with them and I saw them around the halls or something like that. Like, I might, you know, be more comfortable saying hi or something like that, and I would help whatever way I could in any situation. But like, it's the way they treat it is it's like all the Thor students are like one big cohesive unit that always got each other's back, like they're all best of friends for life kind of thing, you know? Like, why is that so important? Just because it was a big factor of the last game that you're just making so much attention be drawn to it, instead of just writing a fucking story about a war-torn country where those previous affiliations don't matter anymore, you know? Like, if they really wanted to have this like war-torn setting, that previous affiliation would maybe be an in to be social, but that's it. You know, after that, everybody's got their positions, their like agenda and their expectations based on their station, you know? A lot of these Thor students would be conscripted into the military too, depending on the side that they were standing on. Because the school shut down, it's not going to reopen, and there's war, which means people have to pretty much drop what they're doing and go be soldiers. This is gonna be another school concert. You know, I think the problem that I'm having is that with the last game, they did the whole political intrigue thing so well up until the very end when it just kind of threw it out the window and just decided to go kill God instead. That I'm having a hard time with this one where they're doing it pretty poorly, I think. Especially I think it also is like it's harder to write these kinds of structures of government when you don't live under them, you know? Not impossible, just harder. Archie. Yeah, exactly. You have to be a survivor. Most like we talked about this before, how most of the time, if you're gonna get a story about somebody living in a fascist society, it's a survivor story, which is where a lot of stories and movies are based off of. But you're really not gonna quite get it without having lived it. Like people that promote this kind of thing they're one of two people that are gonna benefit from the absolute power that they get, and complete fucking morons. There is no middle ground, because if you knew what this actually was and what it meant, you would not be going for it no matter how much you hated the other side, because even the slightest bit of criticism could have you hanging from a wall. Even just like a little bit of doubt, because gosh darn, I actually don't agree with that policy. Whoops! The guards overheard you. Because they're on every fucking corner, armed. Because it's not a trap, they're not gonna try to claim that it's a trap, because again, there is no subtlety in the writing. It's always very, 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 very literal. Like, it's not a trap because they're like, well, it seems like a harmless request, but if it was a trap, they'd be like, sounds like a trap, you know. Otherwise, the writing would be the exact same, yeah, you know. It's very transparent writing. They don't do anything subtly. They just go, if it's not a trap, then they go, oh, it's a harmless request. If it is a trap, they're like, sounds like a trap. What's up, Soullight? How are you doing? Falcom has to churn out a game, at least one game a year with a small team, and they also take very little risks, so the quality is compromised. Yeah, it's the same problem with the Tales of series, because the Tales of series had like a game coming out like every year, right? And yeah, there was a little bit of overlap on the teams, but the only reason developers like Square Enix, or Squaresoft rather, were able to churn out a game every year back in the 90s was because they had, like, every one of those games was a different team working on something different. Though each of those games took 3 to 5 years to make, but they had overlapping, they had like leapfrogging teams, like when this one's done, or when this one's done, it goes to the next game, and when this one's done, it goes to the next game, like that. And even then, it only lasted, what, like 7 years before it was unsustainable and they had to stop it, you know? So, I mean, it's just like, I get it that they're a small development team and they need to churn out games quickly in order to get sales up. But if they just took their time a little bit and really, you know, made something better, I feel like they could have turned this RPG series into something really, really grand. And instead, it feels like they're regressing with each new game, you know? Because they just got to slam them out, like you said. If they had better editing with their storytelling, they wouldn't have to develop so many cutscenes either. And even then, it's like, it's a lot of like low grade work instead of a little bit of high grade work, right? Like if they kept their focus more concise, they would be able to deliver more time to each individual part of the game, increasing the quality of it. But instead, it's just, I don't know. It's like, okay, you know what it's like? It's like having spaghetti, okay? You just made a big old pot of spaghetti, but you only made like 5 ounces of sauce. So you have all this dry, flavorless noodle, and you're just trying to spread the sauce across all the noodles very thinly. So you're not really getting any flavor. You're not getting anything because the sauce is so sparse in the big pot of noodles. You know, they needed less noodles, more sauce, right? You know, Zyfreak, I used to think that like after Sky, I thought Crossbell was really going to be it. That's going to be the one that really takes off. And then after Crossbell, I was like, you know, I think Cold Steel is going to be the one that really takes off. And now I'm sitting here going like Daybreak is going to be the one where it really takes off. And I feel like when I get to Daybreak, I'm going to be like moderately impressed with the slight changes. But then overall, it's not going to impress too much because it's going to follow the same formula. And then I'm going to be like, well, maybe Horizon will be the one that takes off. And it's like, I feel like I'm being gaslit by the game. You know? It's like being gaslit by the game franchise, like promising that it's going to get better. And it's just my fault that I'm not, you know, enjoying it or whatever. I mean, I'm not enjoying it. I'm enjoying them. I really am. I think I'm explaining myself so much because I was assured that this is like one of the best RPG series out there, and I don't even remotely see it. I think they're pretty okay overall, but they lack focus, editing, and quality and polish. You're not sensing a lot of enjoyment with this one. You're not gonna get any so far. I have not been liking this one at all, so that's probably why. But I mean, I don't hate it either. I know I said I hated it yesterday, but I don't. But yeah, this one I think is my least favorite, except for maybe third. So you're definitely not gonna sense a lot of enjoyment, but I'm trying to dial that back a little bit so we can just chill and have fun and not worry about it. I do want to be critical of the game still, and I'm going to. I always criticize everything about a game that I think is done poorly, but I also praise the things that I think are done well. But that's just what we do here. Like, we talk about games, discuss game design, you know, debate the finer points and all that kind of stuff. So it is just a factor of like what we do here. But, you know, at the same time, I'm going to try to dial back the frustration if I can. But I mean, you play the game for 2 days, and both days were really frustrating. It can get to you. 16 hours of keep missing or something. Okay. Whoop. Oh, nice, Soleil. Did our playthrough of 2018 inspire you to want to get in on it? I do want to play Ragnarok, but with Lost Soul Aside, Ninja Gaiden, and Silk Song coming up, I may not be able to get to Ragnarok until at the very earliest after Sky 3, based on how things are going, so... One of those things where I know when I'm getting into with this, I'm better and worse than others, but just enjoying the ride and what they throw at me. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Mr. J. Like, I'm definitely kind of like rolling with the punches and enjoying it as it is and what it is and everything. But at the same time, you know, I want better from every game. And so when I feel like it makes significant mistakes in certain arenas, I'm going to be critical of it. But I'm still just going to continue on and play and enjoy the things that I do enjoy about it, which in the event of these games has mostly been the gameplay and combat being very smooth and quick and nice and efficient. What's up, Zayu? Hope you're doing good. Trails Game, remind you old thread on Twitter about Warhammer. Someone said they read 40 plus books on Warhammer and it took several months. Someone asked if they recommended any and the reply was just no. I wonder why? Because Warhammer has a really, really interesting lore, and it has a lot of very, very powerful like anti-fascist message as well. And I wonder if it's political or if it's just because it's just not good writing. Because just because you have a good message doesn't mean that your story is going to be good. This isn't a bridge at all. It's like some control center instead. They lied to me. Ah, Rogue Legacy. I've heard some interesting things about the game.
You took your time.
What? It's Jesus. I never would have guessed.
Eustace!
Oh,
I
Jesus.
suspected it was you.
How long did you intend to make me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
Do you know how much trouble you made us go through to get here?
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
A lot of time skips to rush character development later. You know, aren't the Warhammer books like mostly like kind of basically fan fiction because they're kind of written by fans and just like officially given the stamp of approval, kind of like the World of Warcraft books? Cause like I read a few of the World of Warcraft books and you know, but World of Warcraft itself, all the way up until Warlords of Draenor, was awesome from a lore and writing perspective. Loved it. Chris Metzen's world building was amazing, and I ever since like Warcraft 3, I was just hooked on Warcraft lore. But with Warlords of Draenor, they basically literally hired a fan fiction writer. Like, I hated the story of Warlords of Draenor, and it felt so campy and stupid, and just so much generics across everything. You know, typical interlopers and kind of bullshit language and everything. And when we got to the very end of the expansion, I made a comment about it during one of our raids, and someone was like, yeah, actually Chris Metzen hired this popular fanfiction writer to do the lore for this expansion because he's retiring. And I was like, That makes so much sense. Because Warlords of Draenor was bad. From a story perspective. It was neat seeing, like, you know, Draenor and all the old lords of the Orc clans and stuff. And I thought that was awesome to see that. But, I mean, what weren't we just talking about something? I don't know. Basically, like, bringing in a bunch of old names for the sake of fans going off as opposed to, you know, coherent story. It's just pandering. And it sucks. It's bad. It's the bad kind of pandering, you know, where it's just like, we're going to bring in some names just so we can, you know, have the names there. You know, it's like name dropping and like you met a celebrity or something. Like, oh, well, actually, I've met Danny DeVito. So, you know, that means absolutely nothing, but still. It's like, oh, we're going to have, I can't even remember their names anymore in the story. How awesome is that? And then you get to the story and it's like, so that ruined it. So yeah, the books also were just kind of
At least you're well. That's what matters. It really is great to see you again, Eustace.
Well, Reen, I see you're still traveling exclusively with women. Damn straight.
The same to you. I'm impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. But should I be
Actually, I just kind of
surprised,
woke
I
up
wonder?
yesterday, so...
I've always had high expectations of you.
In which way did they cross the line? Are you talking about the old CEO? Who is no longer there?
I doubt I would have been
Bobby
able to come this far if not for
Kotick,
everyone's help,
because he
though.
is a fucking leech.
Still, thanks, Eustace.
This means that all of Class 7 is finally together again. Congratulations, everyone.
And then he's not going to say, oh, you found everybody else too? He's just going to be like, yup.
Thank you so much.
You've been a tremendous part of making this happen.
See, we didn't bring everybody here, so Jesus doesn't know that we're all together. He's just gonna follow along, and they're not gonna actually write the actual logical part of it.
I haven't the foggiest idea what a member of the RMP is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Frat house management, harassment, and breast milk theft. Yeah. The whole culture in the office was awful for sure. Then you're referring to the same thing. I mean, a lot of that was under Bobby Kotick's watch, and from my understanding, since he's gone, it's gotten better. But Blizzard lost me too, so it's fine. I'm with you on that. Interesting, Songbird. I have no interest in Warhammer, so whatever.
Eustace?
I've been kept abreast of your activities through the Noble Alliance's information network, so I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours, as well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
Not really, because we've only fought against the Noble Alliance. So yeah, sure, we're totally a third faction. Yeah, they didn't handle that one very well, did they? Why do they call it the Ashen-Colored Knight when they don't actually know it's called the Ashen Knight? You know? Like when they're trying to describe it without knowing the name, they call it the Ashen-Colored Knight. Nobody calls things ashen-colored. Just call it gray or silver or whatever it is supposed to be to them. That bothers me. Nobody says ashen. It's not even ashen-colored.
Has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal clear.
What do you mean?
I see. You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
No. This is a joke, right?
Actually, that makes perfect sense that he wouldn't come with us. I don't see
You
why.
surely saw this coming.
You know? Yeah, actually, it made perfect sense for him to not come with us.
I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance, and as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know, but...
Is this what you believe to be your duty as a noble?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's chief of staff, and as for my father, he was responsible for hiring Jaegers to attack Ymir, which is not only your home, but the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year.
It's not even just the most to gain. Like, I mean, he also feels like he has to something to prove to his family because he's like a kind of a bastard. Well, not a bastard, but he's like born to a commoner mother, basically. So he has the most to prove. He'll never get it, by the way. With that kind of mentality, you'll never, ever, ever, ever be anything other than a half-breed to a father like that, who only sees noble blood as the real pure blood or whatever, some other bullshit. You'll always, 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 always be second best. But don't worry, you'll be okay enough that you'll have some low-ranking position, or maybe the head of the provincial army or something like that, where it doesn't actually really matter. And once wartime is gone, his position will be stripped, and he'll just be like, I don't know, the leader of the jail guard or something like that. But it'll be enough that he'll be happy enough, or rather taken care of, but not enough to actually have any real influence. He'll never ever have real influence unless he were to overcome his family in some way, either by overtaking them or by fighting against them. But it's more than likely that he just has something to prove to his father.
No. I don't even
And
have the right to do that.
it's like, it's not even just like, well, I'm gonna prove to you, you know, whatever. It's not just like I have something to prove to my dad, so I'm gonna show you I'm a big boy. It's like, how to explain it? He's kind of like under his control, because he's always trying to get. He needs validation. It's not just showing his dad that he has conviction. It's validation that he needs, and if he doesn't fight for his father, he'll never get validation. So it's basically like he's convincing himself that he needs to be on that side, whether his opinion, his beliefs coincide with that or not.
Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
Eustace, please. It doesn't have to be like this, Eustace.
I like how we're pretending that we had any kind of like actual closeness to any of the characters in our party. Yeah, we fought together and did some classes together, but it's like, if you did an essay with some dude in your class, are you suddenly like best friends for life and would fight and die for one another? No. No. We had some interactions, we were classmates, the end. That's all it was. And the forced camaraderie between everybody just feels really awkward, as if we're like BFFs for, you know, forever and ever and ever, and we've like dug deep into each other's hearts and all this stuff. And it just, I don't see it. I just don't see it.
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city. If you deem it necessary, I can even have you escorted out by car. However, once you're out, we can know.
So like him not being part of the class makes perfect sense.
I can understand why you feel somewhat responsible for what happened in Ymir.
Lizzie, thank you for the 64 months.
I can understand
Hope you're doing
why
good.
you, as an Alberea, feel as though certain things are inherently
True. I mean, but at the same time, you're at a military academy, so context, right? The context is you're going to be fighting and you know, working with other people in the context of being a military soldier or whatever. So, I mean, I think that kind of just comes with the territory. It's just about the relative expectation of that school. But I do agree that at the very least, putting someone else's life in your hands does create a deeper bond, for sure. You have a new job? Oh, wow. I'm glad you got a new job. That sucks that you lost your job, though. But hey, awesome. Unless it's like a promotion, in which case, congrats.
Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
That's good news. I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But
You got promoted. Hell yeah,
circumstances as
dude.
they are.
Congrats.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
Pardon?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't, or if you're doing it because as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act. They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here now, he'd say the same thing.
That's kind of harsh. It might sound cold, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us. Alone, we don't have the experience or knowledge to go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country.
From my understanding, that's actually kind of exactly what happened back in the day. If you were of like 12 or older, you could pretty much have an authority of some kind.
Not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone. And that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced.
Which is really bad, by the way, because children are dumb.
And we each have unique experiences to share.
Back in the day, in like the days where kings were considered rulers by divine right, like they were basically blessed by God in order to rule, so they were like essentially, they had the permission basically to rule over everybody. And so they had divine wisdom. And if you were 12 years old telling all the guards to go jump off a cliff, you pretty much had to obey it, more or less, because you just didn't understand the divine wisdom that he had. It would all lead to something better, of course, you know? Which is why systems that appoint leaders by merit and ability are better than, you know, authoritarian control and just, oh, we're gonna pretend that he has divine right to rule or some bullshit, you know? Thank you, Playdask, for 144 bits, and yes, for real. But yeah, when you get that kind of system, you get a lot of dumb people. Oh, lovely. That can't possibly go wrong. Thank you, Noname, for the 123 bits. Cool indeed.
It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us.
There are definitely a lot of places in the world right now, Zyfreak, where that is a reality.
It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Eustace.
Indeed. Reen had to remind me of that too, you know. It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
Actually, I think everybody should look at today in history, because I think it's important to know what's going on.
I see my suspicions were dead on. No matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alborea, and as such I have duties and responsibilities to fulfill. If you are determined not to back down, then we will have to settle this with a duel, just as you and Crow did one month ago.
Cool.
A duel?
Thank you, Noname, for 123 bits.
Follow me, Reen.
Actually,
our destination is Aurochs Canyon.
Actually, Jesus,
there we shall settle this matter
you
once
can go.
and for all.
We're good, actually. We don't care. Macias and Jesus could just, like, leave, and I would not care at all.
Well, well. I wasn't counting on this. I'd only intended to gather information on the Crimson Wings. And yet here I am, bearing witness to such a compelling scene.
Is that Haru from Persona 5? Oh gosh, I forgot her name. I want to say it's oh damn. I know I'm going to recognize the name when I hear it.
I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alborea. But I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Is the beauty thief? Really? Wow. That's surprising, because I feel like she has a more... She has a... I don't know. There's a different tone in her voice, but I mean, I guess she could just be putting on a voice. You know?
Whatever.
Oh, it is Haru? Damn you! Haru's not the beauty thief. She's the shogi player.
I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no, not this time. You're coming with me, and that's that. I'm here to support you, not babysit you. You're the one with a number, not me. Try acting like it.
Shogi is Hifumi? Oh. Oh. Right. So I'm thinking Hifumi then. I'm thinking of that's Hifumi, not Haru.
Fine, fine. What a pain. Miss Orbital Calculator looks like she can put up a decent fight at least.
But yeah, I was thinking the Shogi player, not Haru. I don't know why I mixed up their names. Either way, I'm pretty sure it's Hifumi.
Isn't this Angelica's bike?
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Rean.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the academy. Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well maintained. You will be riding that for our duel.
You mean our duel will be a race between me on this bike and you on that horse?
That's a hell of a little
Partially.
bridge there.
The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that monster during our field study. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to determine the victor. Whoever arrives first will therefore have the advantage of more time to prepare.
Oh, we did stuff like that back in the Corps too.
Oh, I'm sure you'll pass me
We
by in
called
no
them
time,
chase
dude.
battles. You had to make good use of the terrain to win.
That does sound quite similar to what I had in mind.
Okay, I understand what we're going to do.
73 is not bad.
So if I win, you're coming with us, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just know that she's Hifumi, but I don't remember what else she's done.
You're not backing out?
Correct. In the unlikely event that you defeat me, I will concede and go with you. But know this, I've absolutely no intention of holding back. That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms of speed, but I know this area like the back of my hand. Do not expect this to be an easy battle.
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with all I've got.
I would expect no less.
Yeah, she's done a lot,
too
yeah.
fired up
She's all
about
over the
this.
place. Very familiar face, or voice.
We'll have to simply stand aside and see what unfolds.
Right. We'll go and take up places along the course to watch.
In that case, I will signal off when to begin. Naturally, I'll be fully impartial in doing so.
That works for me. How about you, Eustace?
Very well. Let's begin.
1 horsepower versus 200 or 300 horsepower. Yeah, I know, right? To be fair, my motorcycle's much heavier, but still.
Good luck, Reen. Go get him.
I won't let you down.
R1 accelerate, L1 brake.
I'm ready, Eustace.
As am I. Now demonstrate to me the strength of your resolve.
All right, take your positions.
No. Oh, we're
3,
already there.
2, 1, go!
Can I just knock him over? Like, I should just be able to, like...
Reen.
Oh, I just went inside of him.
Go, go!
I like how he's like, I know this terrain like the back of my hand, and then it's just like a straight
Take a
road.
left here.
Use this path here.
Everyone's really into this.
Yes, I won.
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
But now we're gonna just both sit here and wait never till the other's
The
ready and not
advantage is
actually
mine,
have an
Eustace.
advantage. What
Let's settle
advantage?
this once and for all.
What advantage? Unless the game gives me an advantage in the combat or
No
something
matter,
like advantage
a
1.
handicap like this will hardly pose a problem. For
What
me.
handicap? Like, logically speaking, what handicap? We haven't engaged each other, surprised one another by getting an early position on the field.
Come at me, Reen.
Let's do this.
Come at me with all you have.
Come on, I mean, come at me.
turn.
I'm just getting started. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass. Arcus,
Here I go. Let's move.
Fucking healing bullshit, dude.
I won't give up. Here I go. Here I go. Too slow. Let's move.
this isn't.
Okay, it's safe for now.
Everything heals in this game, dude. Everything.
Looks like I win this one.
We all heal over time.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of time.
Don't sell yourself short, Eustace. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Reen! Eustace!
Are you both all right?
No, we're dead.
Oh.
I
Hey,
feel
guys.
like it would be a more compelling story if Jesus was just unapologetically like not on our side, you know?
You're already finished?
Why is everything got to be all sunshine and
Looks like we've
rainbows
got
and
a winner.
happy-go-lucky?
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
Yeah, I managed to scrape through. It was pretty close, though.
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
Nope, changed my mind.
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve. With that, I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together, and together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me.
Yeah.
Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I believe one bearing the name Alberea should live.
Yeah. That's about what I thought too, Songbird.
I feel embarrassed just watching you two. There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
Yeah, we're just group smooching all the time, you know?
That's very true.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about. I know this much from experience. You and I both know a thing or two about that, don't we, Fee?
Sure do.
Well, with one clear exception. You finally reunited all of Class 7, which means that it may be about time to start thinking about what to do next.
I wouldn't celebrate your paltry victory just yet.
Who was that?
Is she one of the shield maidens, or is she like
up there
the paladin girl from whatever is supposed to be like the most powerful enforcer of them all? I'm not sure.
Who are they?
One of them is wearing armor.
No.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen of
I think
Class
she's just
7.
one of the shield maidens. I don't think she's like, I think she's the leader one, but I don't think she's the, because like she's too happy-go-lucky.
I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly put a damper on your reunion. I hope you don't mind.
She knows us?
Just who are you?
It wouldn't hurt
Oh,
to
here we go.
introduce myself, I
Erebonian
suppose.
etiquette. Not Erebonian, Zemurian etiquette.
My name is Duvalie. I'm the head knight of the Stahlritter, an esteemed group led by Ouroboros' 7th Anguis in all her glory. And it is by her order that I have come here today.
True, true, true. Good point, yeah. I wonder if it has to do with the environment on the right being too open, and so they wanted to do it the other way.
You're with Ouroboros?
The 7th Anguis? You can't mean the Steel Maiden.
Looks like our luck
It's
just
Iron
ran
Maiden,
out.
idiot.
Might I ask if the Stahlritter is somehow related to the Eisenritter? The name is eerily similar. Even their only difference in name is related, with iron and steel being two metals.
Oh, you're the Arseid, aren't you? Are you curious? I'll bet you are. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
Pardon?
Does it bug you? Does it?
Not really.
Your curiosity is going to build and eat away at you until you can't even sleep at night. Sucks to be you.
Is she really with Ouroboros?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in pretending you don't care. I know full well you do.
She doesn't act like it, but there's no doubting she's extremely powerful.
So it seems, and the man accompanying her is even more terrifying.
Leaving that aside for the moment, I've already introduced myself. It's only proper for you to do... Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
What do you need me for?
Told you his entire personality was gonna be
yourself.
around I'm tired and sleepy, because one-dimensional personalities are like a staple in this
For
kind of game.
goodness sake! You're supposed to be number one! Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Number 1? Then he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Okay, you win. Arguing with you's gonna end up taking more effort than actually fighting. And you, officer, might be worth my time. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got.
Name's McBurn. What's up?
The name's McBurn. Some call me the Almighty Conflagration.
I fucking called it, dude. It's so goddamn predictable. Like,
And talk is cheap. I hate conversations that just drag on and on.
So you must hate these games.
So let's skip to the good part, okay?
They introduced him earlier on in one of the, like when the game officially said Trails in the Sky, or Trails of Cold Steel 2, like it's...
The power radiating from
You know,
him
you
is
get a prologue and then you get like an
incredible.
anime scene, and it has a character intro to everybody, and his name was McBurn, and it was just...
What are those flames?
It's really fucking dumb name.
Shall we begin? My swift swordsmanship was taught to me by my illustrious lord, the Steel Maiden. And you haven't a chance in hell of withstanding it.
I've gone to the trouble of coming down here. Do me a favor and try lasting a minute before you call it quits.
This implies that we just have to live long enough. See, that was my biggest problem with that one, like, forced loss where we just had to live for X amount of rounds fight that sucked so much in the Chapter 1-1. because like what they should have done is said something like, "Hey, we don't need to win this fight. We just need to hold them off for a period of time or something," which implies that you need to live, but just only for a short time.
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got.
Of course.
Isn't that a line from World of Warcraft?
Don't die too easy on me now.
Now, draw your weapons.
Your arrogance will be your undoing. Well, let's see how much my craft, scraps can do. Looks like I can buff first, though.
Understood. I leave this to you.
I'll handle this. Let's go.
My turn. I leave this to you.
I'll take it from here. Arc is active.
You can take a little.
Now.
My turn.
Wow, she actually took more damage than he did? By no small amount, too.
How are you still standing?
Come on, eat this!
I wasn't strong enough.
Sweet.
Right.
You have my thanks.
I wasn't strong enough.
Oh, I need to turn this around. Not here.
You have my thanks. You have my thanks.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yay, it's another one of those just spam a bunch of items to live fights.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's funny because most of the other games give you so many items that you really can just spam items, but with this, it's like, I wouldn't have had these without the DLC pack that came with the game. Like, literally, I would not be able to do half of these fights. It'd just be impossible to win for me. Well, not without, like, rebuilding my entire team and changing everything up about it. Then I might be able to actually live.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Isn't it fun how I started off with, like, basically completely nuking them down and they're just almost dead, but I just have to sit here and spam items to try and recover because, you know, overpowered.
Thank you very much.
Everyone they just all have massive AoE attacks. Every single one.
Strong enough.
They all just have tons of AoE. Oh, okay, force loss again without letting me know, so I waste a bunch of items. Fuck this game, seriously. Like, there's no redeeming qualities, man. It just keeps fucking pissing me off over and over and over again.
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
I've never fought
Like, if
anyone
it's
so
gonna be a
strong in my
forced
life.
loss, make it pretty damn obvious. Not make it seem like I might have a chance.
He's a real force to be reckoned with.
Her speed was incredible, to say the least.
They don't call me Duvally the Swift for nothing. A mere Arseid like you didn't have a chance.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Yep, and I almost did.
Huh?
If I had just been able to recover a little bit, but the actual output that you have for healing and items is so fucking tiny.
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious. You won't help even a teensy bit. It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira, I'd consider it, but...
One run for your Mira coming right up.
Oh, hey, it's Sarah.
Huh? It couldn't be.
She finally made it.
Huh?
Where did that come from?
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry. I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
You're Instructor Sarah?
Sorry for the wait, but don't you worry your pretty little heads none. Now that I'm here, I won't let them lay a finger on you. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher if I did?
Thanks.
The most important factor.
You're the purple lightning, aren't you?
Huh. Hey, I've heard of you.
What's Sarah doing here? We aren't dreaming, are we?
Was this your doing, Eustace?
I used a secret channel to contact her. She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
Really?
Yeah, there's never any like
I'm pleased to see you're well,
dialogue
Sarah.
layering. It's always just like bookended instead of layered.
Sure am. I wasn't expecting to find you taking care of my kids, though. Still, I'll give credit where it's due. Thanks. And I'm glad to see you're okay, Rean.
Specifically Rean, nobody else. Have to address Rean because he's the coolest ever. He's the hero protag guy who everybody loves and is the awesomest ever, and only people care about him. Everybody else is meh.
Not that you dream of forgetting the promise you made, hmm? I've got a glass of beer with your name on it.
Of course I wouldn't.
That's my boy. Until we've done that, don't even think about dying. Because if you break your promise, you'll be subjected to a little thing I like to call homework from hell.
Ugh. Do you seriously want to keep fighting? Surely you don't believe you'll win because you're an A-rank racer.
You ask me, this is more like it. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so maybe it's time I stopped holding back.
Black flames?
Those are just like...
Hold on a moment! I know I said I wanted help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the process.
What the devil are you doing up there?
The hell?
That sounds like...
Isn't that Duke Alberea?
Father? Or no?
Lord Eustace. Eustace, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
Letter?
Hey, Duke. You mind staying out of this? I was getting all fired up there before you came and ruined everything.
Silence! This has nothing to do with you. I will not stand for behavior like this, Eustace. You will do as I say. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the good Alberea name. Is that what you want?
My intentions are as I outlined in the contents of that letter. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side.
Which means that he already wrote a letter saying that he was leaving, even though he told us that he wasn't leaving.
I have no wish to dirty the Alberea name.
Or it's just
On the
like a
contrary,
whoopsie doodle on their
I
part.
wish to find for myself how I should live as one who bears it.
Eustace.
Guessing whoopsie doodle.
What is this drivel?
We'll see if they actually make a comment about
I always knew
that.
what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of Kreutzen!
Oh boy, here comes trouble.
These must be the soldats from Oryx Fort.
I don't recognize that one either.
It must be a new model.
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
Convenient Villa teleport!
Be so indifferent.
Convenient Villa teleport!
Rean!
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Are you gonna call Valimar?
This is a do-or-die moment. Best of luck, Rean.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have to have the same exact gameplay loop. You go in, get some people, do a side story, call Valamir, end chapter, rinse, repeat.
Acknowledged.
An ash-colored knight?
Oh yeah, I wonder how
That's
it
the
in
foul
mind.
fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
Oh, so that's the Ashen Knight?
The very same great knight that fought near Trista at that.
And I can sense even more mana coming from it now than I could then.
Its form is most impressive.
He pulled that out of his robot butt.
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody, the top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the newest addition to our army.
When you have like a Supreme Commander or something, if you do a good job under the Supreme Commander, he's not exactly gonna just be like, you know what, you did such a good job, you have my job.
Yes, Your Grace.
You know? Like, that's not how that works.
That one looks tough. Heavily armored, too. But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right! Let's do this! I'm counting on you, Valimar!
Understood.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, exactly. Whoops. We're fighting against the Emperor. No supreme authority to determine who's in what position anymore. Whoopsie doodle.
I'll handle it.
I found the speed up was not very good, so.
It's working. Keep it up. That's it. Just a little more. I'll handle it. Good luck.
Understood.
Wait, just one more. This is bad.
My turn. Allow me! My turn. Take this!
It's working.
I mean, no matter what I have to say about any of these games, the OST is always very good, you know? So I never have a complaint about any of that.
That's it. Just a little more.
Onward! Allow me!
Oops, wrong one.
My turn.
You didn't do half bad that time.
This can't be happening. How could our new soldat be defeated?
The funniest part about a new soldat is it's only been a month in the war. Like, new tech advancements do not go that fast, you know, at all, ever, ever. Especially for something so big and complex.
You think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Isn't it weird how we're supposed to be an impartial third party and all we do is fight against the Noble Alliance?
Reen, give us a hand, Emma. We're going to open the spirit path. Right.
Why does Emma need help?
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape.
Wait! Eustace! You can't leave like this. I won't allow it.
If Jesus leaves, then you're just gonna have to find him. You're gonna have to find Jesus, buddy. Maybe he'll come back in 3 days if you're nice.
Please give my regards to Rufus as well. It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
But the thing is that we have to have these specific PowerPoints in the world to
As
use
you
the spirit
wish,
path, and then they
Lord
just were like, nah, never mind, actually.
Wait! Wait, I say! That is an order, Eustace!
Order these nuts! But I mean, they did it before without Emma happening or helping on the last time too, when Emma wasn't even there. Yeah, it's a pretty dumb mustache, I agree. Yeah, set him on Geyer. Oh, thank you, Cecil. I can put my feet up finally. Ugh. No regrets. Autocorrect is more like auto-embarrass, you know? Oh, how convenient to just happen to snag the motorcycle. What are the odds? 100%. Neil, thank you for the sub gift to Auto Carrot. Now that all the Class 7 is assembled, the number of overdrive icons in battle has increased to 2? This will allow you to save up a second overdrive for later use. Okay. These can be used immediately, one after another, to align for new strategic possibilities.
Welcome home, Reen. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy.
I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. The last part was definitely
Reese's
the biggest
Pieces.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you
Oh wow,
too,
that seems like a
Celine.
neat little setup. That's cool.
Yeah, whatever.
You could do like a Chromecast style broadcasting from your phone too. Just slap it onto your TV that way. Of course, there are
It's
other
great
pieces
to
of
see you
hardware you
guys
don't really
again.
need Chromecast anymore.
The winds must have been on your side. It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters. I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you.
I am rubber and you are but glue! Everything bounces upon my bouncy exterior and thus sticks to you, my fellow.
Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars. Again.
Ugh. It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds, and I already want to kill you.
Okay, my turn! Aw, why'd you move out of the way?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
No, just the way he was talking. He was like, Bacchus is like, oh, you're a butthead. And then Jesus was like, no, you are. So just,
Oh,
You know.
come on. You know you want to.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too. Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
I didn't doubt your safe return for a moment, Lady Sarah.
Thanks, I guess.
thank you, Neo, for the 110 bits. Valor, with every battle I overcome, my operational efficiency increases. That is a sign that you two are growing my awakener. Me? I mean, duh, it's called experience points. Yeah. I was thinking more along the lines of, what about all the damage that happens to your body? It just goes away when your operating efficiency go down because nobody's repairing him?
Certainly has gotten lively around here.
It sure has. You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Sharon have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions.
I need a bathroom real quick. BRB a second. Also gonna take my cups in while I get up. Alright, nerds. A certain part of Valimir, yeah, his robot donger obviously gets bigger with each battle.
Which means I can focus on my health.
We've done nothing special, I assure you.
We're just glad to see you getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us. I don't even know where to begin thanking you. And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished. It couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it. You should hold your head high.
Thanks, Mom.
You've done absolutely nothing other than just like collect a few friends, but nothing major in terms of like the greater plot or anything.
Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone. It was only possible because everyone was with me.
Actually,
Well,
you
I think
only
we've
brought
been
3
standing
people
out
with
here
you.
long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired too. If you get the chance, you should enjoy a nice, relaxing bath after all your hard work.
We're moving on Act 2. It still says Act 1. I guess I'll look at my book and see if there's a Part 4 now. Thus, they left for the Phoenix Wings to recover from the exhaustion and build up over the past few days. Thanks to the manager's kindness, they had the building largely to themselves. So they enjoyed a relaxing dinner. It's actually more like that he just paid for all the rooms, so like of course they have it to themselves. And after agreeing that they would discuss what to do next the following afternoon, they returned to their rooms for sleep. Gotta have another uncomfortable hot spring moment. Now that everybody's here, we gotta have everybody in the hot spring. Well, all the ladies at least. Oh yeah, the Class B's visit. The one who left the strongest impression? Oh, is this where you get to choose your waifu? We may not know where father is, but she barely stood up and defended the ground in the place to the best of her ability, and that couldn't have been easy for her with how worried she must have been. Not once did she let her worries stop her from doing what needed to be done. She proudly fought to protect her home. Wish I could be like her. No, well, that's weird because they never make mention of the fact that anybody met his dad, so yeah.
Reen.
Oh, I was gonna say this is where Laura enters the pool. So whoever you pick is the one that enters the hot spring with you, of course. I should have known that right away.
Laura, I didn't think anyone else would come here so late at night. Sorry, I'll get out now.
You don't have to apologize, Reen. I should have checked if someone else was inside before.
So how then? He was behind that big ass rock. How did she know he was in there?
I was thinking the same thing. I thought it would be empty by now. Still, this might make for the perfect chance to sit and talk, no?
Oh, you still want to come in?
There are few things more pleasant than relaxing in a hot spring while gazing up at the wintry sky. That tingle of warmth returning to my fingers and toes is particularly nice.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
You picked the
It's
teacher,
my favorite
obviously.
time of the year to relax in the springs
I'm not
too.
quite sure how that is going to work out in terms of like her being a party member, so I wanted to pick somebody that I liked from the main team.
But never mind that. Are you sure you're comfortable with both of us being here, Laura? It's pretty late, and with the two of us, it's kind of,
Well, I am modestly covered, so I don't think there's a problem, per se. Although I'd prefer if you didn't look at me quite so pointedly. It's embarrassing for me to be here too, I hope you realize.
If that were the case, then she wouldn't have come in. She'd just be like, oh, I'll come back later or something.
True.
It's kind of
wasn't
forcing
doing it on
the
purpose.
connection.
Anyway, you said you wanted to talk, right? Was it about anything in particular?
What are you looking for? He just hopped into there somewhere. Why? Oh, then he's probably upstairs.
Well, I wanted the opportunity to say thank you.
You're thanking me? For what? I don't feel like I've done anything that warrants being thanked.
Everything, I suppose. I wanted to thank you
Wait,
for surviving all this
is
time
her
so
hair
we can
bugged
meet
out?
again.
Look at her hair. I'm pretty sure that's a graphical bug because it's like a big old long spine coming off of her head. What is this? Because it's going all the way into the water. All the way. That's not clipping, dude. That's like, she has a big old long, so this is actually a common graphical issue. Usually it's a sign that your graphics card is dying, but I mean, obviously I'm playing on PS5, so yeah.
And I wanted
That
to
seems
thank
like
you for
an
coming all the way to
accidental
Legrand
whoopsie
to
doodle
find
on
us.
how the hair connects or something.
Crow may not be with us, but you're the reason the rest of us are together again.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. Besides, it was only because of you guys that I was able to do anything at all.
We'll see what happens
Well,
when she
it's
turns her head, what
understandable
it
that you'd
is.
feel that
Because I'm
way.
pretty sure it's a bug. It's like a graphical
Still,
glitch.
I believe Class 7 is only what it is because you are at its center. You were the one who stood right back up and fought, and it's because of that we were able to make it this far. That's what I feel, and I know that's how the others feel too. So, thank you, Rean.
It's not that funny.
I'd rather you didn't laugh at me. It took a lot of courage to come in here and tell you that, you know.
I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
I see. In that case, be sure that you never forget what I said. We've been through so much together. The bonds formed between us will not be so easily broken.
Don't worry. I won't forget. Now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day.
That's what you're concerned about? Come on. Why does it have to be everything? Like, the whole, like, purpose of life is not to just go back to the Academy. Like, there's bigger things at play here. Like, grow the fuck up.
As long as we don't give up.
And not even like
I
them,
know
like
we
they
can
would
make
they
that a
would
reality.
feel the weight of it and they would understand the weight of it. At least a little bit because they're, you know, military students at the military school. Like, it's the writers. It's just like so much about the school and the class and nothing else. And it's like, dude, there is a civil war with a fucking fascist authoritarian asshole shit-stained group of people wanting to fucking take over, and you're just like, well, golly, I can't wait to go back to school.
So, let's give it everything we've got.
Of course.
Two days. There was only one day. I mean, You know, I was gonna say I want to talk about whatever not being what you think it is there, and I wasn't going to, but I actually am, because the whatever there is not him going like whatever and just like dismissing anything. It's the whatever almost is always every single time somebody doing something really dumb or forcing him to do something that he doesn't want to do, and he's just like, whatever, okay, I'll do it because I have to, because it's my responsibility and I'm being asked to do it by my superiors, or I just have to deal with my quirky teammates or something. Almost every single time his whatever is actually an acceptance of the situation around him that he needs to take charge and do something about it. Written by those who peaked in high school. I feel, yes. Yeah, I think Terranigma nailed it. I think it's more about the fantasy of having an amazing school period that they never got or something. It might actually be like why people attach to those stories, because they didn't have a good time in school. I didn't really have a good time in school either. I didn't really have a bad time either. It was school, whatever. But I'm gonna get some bondage points. This time, Laura, Emma, Jesus, and Sarah have 2 bonding events each. Okay, wonder why. Well. Wait, that is her hair. Hold on a second. That's actually just her hair. So it wasn't some weird clipping or weird graphical glitch, it was just her hair. Why is it so long there? I never noticed it. Oh, I see. Okay. It looks fine from the front usually. Who's this character? It's Laura. She's like she's been in there since the very beginning of the first game. Well, first Cold Steel game anyway. It's a classmate. Yeah, everybody gets casual outfits for this game instead of their uniform as their main outfit anyway. Damn, I got a lot of bondage points. Isn't it like those who grow up in like higher elevations tend to have like a better lung capacity and stronger lungs because there's, you know, higher elevation means less oxygen, so they have to work harder at getting the same amount? Ew, it's Jesus. Gross. Sarah's entire personality is, I like alcohol. So everything will revolve around her drinking. Because remember, in anime, you can only have one personality trait and that's it. And everything you do must be based around that one personality trait. So if you like drinking, everything you say is always about drinking or drinking references. Every time you go anywhere, you always just immediately drink. And like, let's say your personality trait is I like bunnies, then everything you say has references to bunnies. And you'll have bunny outfits and bunny things in your room, yada yada yada. Can't possibly like anything else or have any other depth to your personality. It's always just one trait, and that's it. Look at fucking Gaius and his wind thing. Everything he says has some kind of wind reference to it. The sexual innuendo comes from the drinking, though. Like, it's part of the drinking personality. It's the lush personality. She's a lush and makes promiscuous, subtle jokes. Well, not very subtle. Because of that, which is like how every female lush is ever written in anime ever. Might have to bring in Sarah instead of somebody. But who? Elise, maybe? Elisa? I can always have her as a sub-character every time I go out. Cut in half. What up, Emma? Wow, look at those cans of sardines. Those are the XX, those are the American sizes. It looks great so far, just 2 rectangles of cloth. I like looking at the idle animations and how different they are. And how specifically they are focused. Oh, she's making a kitty sweater? That's gonna be funny. Oh, at least I see, okay. Yeah, Sisters of a Coven. Yeah. I think one of the hardest things people don't realize that they need to do is when they're trying to learn how to do something, that it's not like the movies where you just get a montage and then suddenly you know how to do it, right? Like it's a very long process to learn how to master something or learn how to do, you know, like learning an instrument, learning the language, learning how to knit, whatever. All of those things take a long, long time to do, you know? You have to commit yourself to the craft in order to learn it. Yeah, they're gonna do this a lot. They're gonna have constant reasons for Emma to take off her glasses. It's like one of those, look, I took off my glasses and now I'm secretly a hot babe. Whoa. And it's like, the glasses didn't stop that from happening, like determining how you look, but it's very, you know, 90s cool high school film thing. Not even a film, they're just movies. Thank you, Planet High School 123 bits, yeah, cool. They spent half the budget on animating her being able to take off her glasses, so they gotta use it. That right there is the biggest reason crossbows and later on firearms were so popular despite being way less effective in direct comparison. Conscript rookie soldier could use crossbows and firearms with at least a modicum of efficiency pointed at something you don't like, pull the trigger. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, crossbows are easy. Learn how to reload it, done. Exactly. Well, I guess I get to pick which one I get. I'm gonna let her grow up. Who is my other... Oh, Elise. Not only that, but you can launch an arrow further with a bow than you can with a crossbow. But yeah, you need to be experienced with the bow. You do not need to be experienced with a crossbow. Also, one of the really interesting things about crossbow is having one preloaded and just being able to fire it off really quick. Oh yeah, I never even thought about an assembly line of crossbow reloading. It's not even snowing. How would snow build up on his hair if it's not snowing? Hey, we got Chi. Plop. We got Kitty Companion now. She's my familiar. That's a weird law. When somebody named Range becomes king if you're in an open field. Interesting. Oh yeah. I think I recall seeing something like that, Kamen Rider. Didn't it have like a kind of a grind, a whatever you call that, kind of spinning lever thing, you know? Ah, there we go. Okay, I see. I need to get 23 of 25 flags. Gotcha. The jumping is very unreliable, and since I can't move the camera up to get better depth of field, try to just dodge instead of... jump over anything. I know, they're geniuses for thinking about this. The problem is nobody's died recently, so I mean, can I really enjoy this? New record!
I did it!
Yeah, the strategies, I understand. Yeah, for sure. I get what you meant. Passion leggings. Okay. Or it is purely cosmetic. I'm gonna equip that here and give the plus 1000 HP to somebody who could use it a little bit more. Actually, everybody kind of has about the same amount of HP, which is actually kind of funny because, like, I don't know, just homogen. I've noticed that a lot about a lot of the characters. There's a lot of homogenization in all of the games. Every character just kind of has generally the same stats. The only real difference is attack and magic attack as being the real difference. But a lot of that isn't even the stats are different. It's that the weapon choices are the difference. All right, so let's go to the store and see what kind of exchanges we can do first. Same gear. Wow. None of these are really, like, things I'd really want to spend some points on to make better, you know, except for maybe this one. That's actually pretty good, because I doubt there'll be something better than Holy Breath, aside from the ultimate healing one, so getting that speed and HP is actually kind of huge. Who's got my breath equipped? They've taken my breath away. Where's my breath? Don't take my breath away. I said there was one equipped. Oh well. You know what I'd really like to see them do is abandon this like stiff structure that they've forced into every single game and make things a little bit more open, you know? Like first off, quest tracking would be huge, and not just tracking where you do your quests, but tracking what quests are available. But just not making everything be like, oh, you move to the next part of the game, well, you can't do anything now. You know, let me access the previous areas and go where I want to at any given time instead of just locking me into these little spots over and over again. And it's fine, you know, like for some of the games, but mix it up a little bit, open things up, stop being such a pain in the ass about it. And that way the rank can be improved dynamically instead of at the end of each chapter, you know? Oh, I got another 2 ranks.
Oh, you went up a rank. Here's a little something from the guild.
Sloppy. What? I got 2 ranks though. They can play nice with 298 bits.
Keep it up. You did all right, I guess.
Damn. I don't want an open world Trails game. Azure was definitely not open world. I mean,
long
it was
and hard about it, and I think we as a class
you had the freedom to go where you wanted to within the world, but it still stopped you from being able to do anything else in the previous chapters. You could just go to the same similar roads or whatever, and it, you know, if you have a bunch of straight lines that you can take whenever you want to, I mean, it's kind of open, but not really what open world means. Open world means like we've created a realistically sized world that is open and not just a bunch of singular paths, you know? That's the difference. And what but I get what you're saying with Azure being open, just not open world, you know? It's definitely open-ended, No Name.
Path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions.
We're gonna take a separate path, but we'll just only be fighting the noble faction every single time.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True. We might be military academy students, but we're still students.
That's not how that works, but okay.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Like, they framed the reformist faction as the good guys, and they framed the nobles as the bad guys. And it's weird that they would go for a third faction, because, like, they're still going to be fighting the same fight as the reformist faction, just under a different name. It's not really a third faction.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions.
Open world is like a gradient. There are full open worlds like Skyrim and linear games like Doom 2, but there are a lot of games in gray area like Azure, God of War 2018. I would call God of War 2018 open world, honestly, because like, so kind of the hallmark of what open world is dropping you into, like, here's the world, right? It's just this big thing. And in between there might be like little, you know, linear-ish paths because it's like a little canyon or ruin or something that has like pathing in it that's a little more linear or something like that, or a dungeon, right? but it's about being able to go anywhere in that big world at any time, and there's no separation between, you know, anything in here. It's all carved out. But then again, if you really look at God of War 2018, is the lake any different than just Crossbell? And everywhere you can land your boat is basically just another one of the paths that you would take outside of Crossbell. You know, east path, west path, whatever. Just a lot more of them, a little bit more organically made. So I mean, there's a lot a lot there to like argue about whether or not it would be open world considered or not. And in the same vein, could you not make a lot of comparisons to Azure in that regard? So I want to agree with you, but I just feel like there's this subtlety that is hard to knock down, that kind of labels Azure as not quite, but sort of. It's open, but just not open world? I don't know. Would FF12 count as open world? Yeah, sort of. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely, you know what it is? I should stop being so pedantic. I'm being pedantic. I think there's a different, it's not black and white, you know? It's not black and white. There's a lot of gray going on here. Like, is Azure open? Yes. You can pretty much go anywhere you want to go at any given time. However, the different chapters lock you out of previous content, so you can't exactly go back and do old things. You have to do it in that moment. Is God of War 2018 open? Yes, it's open, but, you know, the open part is basically just the lake, and the rest of it is kind of just a bunch of linear paths that you can go to do different things. So, I mean, in that regard, it's almost the same as Azure in that design. So I guess I'm being pedantic about like it needing to be a definition that's fleshed out, instead of it just being like, look, open world and open are kind of the different words for the same thing, depending on how open it is, you know? Like Horizon, definitely open world, no question about it. Elden Ring, absolutely open world, no question about it. God of War 2018 or Azure, open, and has open aspects of it, but it's a little bit more towards less open world, but still open, and it's that scale, you know? Yeah, exactly, Neo. That's what I mean by it's kind of like open but not open world, you know? It's the same thing, you know, as Azure more or less, because you can go wherever you want in the world, but all the paths are linear. There's no going across the map. It's follow these paths only. So that's why it's like kind of the same but different. But yeah, I think you're onto something, Songbird. I don't know if I'd want an open world, like pure open world Trails game, but I do want it to be like to stop being so limiting. You know, it needs to have a little bit more forgiveness and being able to do what you want, go where you want, access previous areas, and do quests when you want to, and not have them so locked behind chapter progression and hidden on NPCs and stuff, you know?
And different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
What? We're gonna be going after the Noble Alliance again?
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either.
Yeah. You're not wrong, Neo. Like at the end of the day, it's exactly as I said, that it's not black and white. There is a in between to everything, you know?
I'm glad I was able to see Dad.
It's not binary.
But I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see
There
you're
isn't
all right,
some like
Sharon, but
moment
Mother's
where all of a
still
sudden it
unaccounted
becomes
for.
open world and not open world, you know?
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
Oh, Last of Us 2 was phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. I loved every inch of that game. I want to replay it, honestly.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of
I should have platinumed it. I think when Last of Us 2 came out, it just like I think it was either really busy with different stuff, or I just, like, wasn't really comfortable with what I was doing on stream. And now that I've kind of settled into what I want to do, which is, like, play a bunch of games, but really, really dig into it and eat the ones that I really love, you know?
Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Xeno and Leo, too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
I think both Zelda 1 and... I think Zelda 1 is definitely more open than Zelda 2, but Zelda 2 definitely still has some openness to it. I think the intent is free to follow a linear path, but I mean, there's some openness to it, you know? You can kind of go where you want as soon as you unlock it. It's more of a Metroidvania, to be honest, but yeah.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have my full support. Just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago, I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland and those who live within it.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police.
Friends advertised Last of Us 1 is the best game ever and had unrealistic expectations about it. When you finally played it, it's disappointed. They said that Last of Us 2 is shit. I thought, what they were wrong there too. Yeah, I know, right? If anybody's okay, look, if you say Last of Us 2 is shit, you have an agenda and it's not a good one. If you didn't care for it because it's not your style or whatever, like fine, you can have your personal opinion. But to say the most awarded game in history is shit is complete fucking cope. But the thing about Last of Us 1 is it's definitely a very good game. It's an excellent game, especially for the era in which it was made, and it has one of the best stories in video games ever. But if you go into a game like that and you have this like obscene expectation, you feel like the game should be absolutely blowing you away at every moment. And if you've played a game similar to it, you're not really gonna get blown away. You're just gonna be like, this is pretty alright, you know? So expectation is such an important factor when going into a game ever. And honestly, I feel like part of the reason I'm so critical of these games right here is because I've been given the expectation that they're some of the best RPGs ever. So when they don't perform to that degree, I get like hype whiplash, as someone said it yesterday. It's hype whiplash, where you're supposed to, you know, have this like crazy amount of awesomeness throughout the game, and then it's like, this is mid as fuck, what the hell? And it's like this, you know, here's mid, here's the expectation, and you get whiplash, you know, down to below mid, and you're just like, because you're so like blown away by how not interested you might be or whatever, or maybe it's still good, but it doesn't blow you away. Whatever the situation is, hype whiplash kind of catapults it to the other side a little bit. And you have to kind of like take a step back and stop and go, okay, like what is this objectively to me, as opposed to what my expectation was versus what everybody else was saying about it. So yeah, I definitely understand. I mean, I've watched a bunch of like pretty decent movies that I went in thinking that it wouldn't be that great and been like, well, this is pretty good. And then you're kind of lifted up about it, you enjoyed it. And it's the same exact movie. If you thought it was going to be the best movie ever, you get in there and it's like pretty good and you expected the best movie ever, you can be like, well, that wasn't that good, you know? Never heard anything about Signalis, but yeah. But yeah, every time I kind of praise a game or speak up about it, I always try to temper expectations. But then the thing is that like you get haters, and trying to like argue with haters is so frustrating, because if you let them spew their vitriol, then everybody's gonna be convinced by their negativity, and you know, something that's awesome will not get the same kind of credit that it deserves. So it's like, you gotta speak up, you gotta fight back against it, but then you end up like potentially overhyping something for someone, and you know, it's just, it's a sad state that there's so much like divisiveness in conversation and discourse anymore, because it didn't used to be like this 10 years ago at all. It was just, hey, you have an opinion, I have an opinion, you know, and somebody likes it, somebody doesn't like it. The end. It was, I mean, obviously you still had like the whole I don't like it, that's it, thus it's shit kind of opinion, but it wasn't so prominent that people would just be so aggressive about, you know, everything. Yeah, basically drama is what generates clicks, and hate and negativity generates clicks, so it's just what happens. A lot of people take personal offense, yeah, to it as well. Like if it's something that you like, then it becomes a core part of your belief. And when someone criticizes it, it feels like they're attacking you specifically. Because it's like, well, if I like it, it's a part of me, so you're criticizing me. There is the idea that if you had high expectations and you weren't disappointed, that speaks pretty highly for the game. Oh, dude, I want a big bowl of beef stew. Damn. No, I'm not saying it wasn't entirely there, No Name. I'm just saying it wasn't as prominent. I mean, at the end of the day, people, you know, have their convictions and their opinions, and sometimes they like to share them a little bit too aggressively. God damn, Neo, you really know that game, don't you? How much have you played Zelda 2? You know, Mr. J, it's totally fine to just, like, not vibe with something and just not like it. Like, the most popular game in the world, and you play it and you go, I don't really care for it. There's no harm in that. There's no problem with that. The problem is what we're talking about, which is when people take that and they go, this game is overrated, it's complete garbage, it's shit, and what they're doing is they're taking their own subjective opinion and pretending that it's objective fact. And I know it's really hard to separate those things. I know I'm not perfect at it either, but there are certain things that I try to stick to that are objectively bad game designs, and stick to those as my points when I criticize something, because those are like studied aspects of game design. But that doesn't mean that somebody can't enjoy it either way, you know? So, I mean, just because you don't like something or it's objectively bad game design, it just means that people are less likely to enjoy it. It doesn't mean that nobody can enjoy it. You know, I think that was for me as well, Blue Sammy. I think I had pretty high expectations of Rebirth because of how good Remake was, and so I was like super jammed to get in there, and it still blew my expectations out of the water. Yeah, that's fair enough, Mr. J. We all got our own demons to battle as well, and all of that. We can all agree Ephemeral Fantasia is peak gaming. If your idea of peak gaming is having the game take a dump on your chest, then yeah.
But I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need.
No, don't go. No.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support.
You know, can we stop being so transparent with everything that's going to happen? They're basically just saying Sarah's going to be here forever. She's a permanent party member. Toval's not going to be a permanent party member. And what's her name may be a permanent party member, but it kind of feels like she is, right? One or the other. We'll know after this whether or not she's support or party member. But basically what they're saying is the next thing that we end up being, party member or not, is what we're going to be forever. And it just, like, I don't know. I understand that the game is trying to alleviate a concern the player might have with them not being classmates. But fucking A, man. Like, this isn't some, like, it's just so overly structured. It's like the friends and the classmates from before are your permanent party members, and we had these new people coming along, and so because of the game's like overly structured concepts, it has to spell it out for you to the player to make sure you know. And I just, like, sometimes a little bit of vagueness or subtlety or hidden story elements are important, you know? Just fucking hey, man. It doesn't have to be so put into a box, you know?
You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the spirit path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right.
But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying, Lady Lore. I feel like it's too, like, it's too direct, you know? Like, it's not even a fourth wall break. It's like that she might as well be turning to the camera and being like, hey, I'm going to be in the party the whole time now. So you can go ahead and use me and build up affinity, you know? Ugh.
No matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision
quiet.
must be made now.
Thank you, Neo, for the 110 bits. As an RPG-related note, here's an amusing quote from another game. Needless death and reckless valor will not be tolerated. Reckless valor? I'm never reckless. I'll wreck them so hard they won't even know what wrecked them. Frontal assault. No, not reckless. Reckless. Thank you, Neo, for the 110 bids.
It's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah.
The shoop.
I don't know what it is, but I know it exists.
Shoop by you.
And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun? Mind if I join in?
What in the world?
It couldn't be.
Vita!
Let's just love it how villains can just do whatever they want anytime, ever, always. They can just, like, pop into your conversation, they can just teleport into you or out or whatever. They just get to do whatever they want.
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. The goddess was on your side after all, hmm?
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you? I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like...
Is that...
It's coming from above us!
Ah, the egregious use of ellipsis. Neo, have a good night, dude. Yeah, it's actually not jiggle physics, it's like a distortion effect.
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
She's on the other side, you
now?
idiot.
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
Vita!
Vita, you're here. Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
Oh, hey, it's,
Can't be.
yeah.
Isn't that the Azure Knight? Crow.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See. You damn terrorist.
I mean, this is literally an act of aggression and war. It's not just like, I'm here to mess with you guys randomly for no reason, but they're probably gonna frame it like that?
Come on!
Right. Heed my call! Valimar!
So we're just gonna go straight to aggression back, even though they actually haven't done anything yet. If they wanted to actually fight me, they would have just been cannoning the whole fucking city and leveling it in no time. So this is very confusing, and not confusing like, I wonder what's going on. It's confusing as in like, why are they writing it like this?
I'm not gonna lose this time, because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome.
So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
I already am, asshole.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Reen, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
No, it's okay. He's got hero conviction. Mass convenient villain teleport. Boy, isn't that nice? You know what this feels like? This just feels like a VR mission where it's like they're spawning in like little AI versions of your enemies to train on or something. It just like, what are they even doing here? What do they want? They're just appearing for no reason other than just like to be here.
Are those the Alliance's allies?
This is also such a ridiculously overwhelming force. There's no chance that we have. Like, if they wanted to level the city, they would have done so already. They wouldn't need to send anybody down. They could just go pew 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 with the cannons on that massive ship. We have no defenses here.
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the purple lightning has joined your ranks.
Xeno. Leo.
Zephyr. And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too!
Kindly stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
Gotta have every character say some generic line, because otherwise it won't seem like any of those characters are part of the story, so they all have to have like one line, oftentimes finishing each other's sentences.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come.
Long
Now
awaited?
you shall
It was
pay.
like yesterday.
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
Thank you.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
Wow, even the non-powerful person, just regular noble guy, gets convenient villain teleport.
Rufus! I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
He's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us.
It's okay. We got
Reed,
spirit,
we'll take
and
care of
gumption.
everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better
I
opponents.
still haven't actually said what they're after or why they're here or anything. They're just here. Like this is a neutral territory, right? There's actually a war going on. This is a neutral territory. We don't have anything of value to them that they've mentioned or anything. And they just kind of seem like they're bringing everybody, like
Leave the battle
everybody.
on the ground to us.
Is the rest of the war just not happening anymore?
We've no intention of backing
Taking their
down without a
flagship
fight.
carrier off the front line as well. That also seems rather silly.
Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here he comes.
Gotta land in a place that's away from everything else, so I don't have to worry about how everybody else is doing.
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reed.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down.
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us.
I'm a fast learner.
And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
The funny thing is that like my party
Do they
members would
really
get
stand a
absolutely
chance?
obliterated by those because they're so overpowered the way the balancing is in the
Putting up a
game.
good fight so far, but yeah, it's not looking good.
Why aren't you helping
They're
them?
outnumbered for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed. Weapons at the ready, guys.
I got my combat shotgun.
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent
Oh,
today.
looks like he's not a pushover.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the people of this village. I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing uses. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert.
His guard's perfect. He's like has a sword at his side.
We'll need to put all
Perfect
we have
guard.
into
Knees
this battle
locked.
to even
That's
stand
also a
chance
perfect guard.
against him.
I would have it no other way.
Oh. Lovely. I'm not prepared for this, but okay.
Show me what you're capable of.
This is my team.
Oh dear. That's not very much damage. It might just be one of those I need to live long enough kind of things.
Oh, please.
This damage isn't crazy, so there's that.
Right. Arcus, activate.
This is nothing.
I suppose I should thank you.
Leave this to me.
Of course. Of course.
Oh good, I'm silenced, so I can't heal. Awesome.
Now.
Everybody is silenced, by the way. He just does an AoE silence. That's like basically 100% chance, so I have no chance to actually heal myself.
You have my face. My turn.
What? This isn't.
Of course.
I just really, 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 really fucking hate the game balance in this game.
Oh, please. I can do this. Hip.
I suppose I should thank you.
My turn.
Now.
I suppose I should thank you.
No problem. Hang in there.
I suppose I should. My turn.
My turn.
Right.
Overdrive! Now's our chance!
I'll back you up, of course. Now! I need every...
My turn. Shatter! Now's our chance!
I'll back you up.
My turn.
Extreme resistances to debuffs and stat downs.
No
Sorry, everyone.
Figured as much.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion. But you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
We didn't stand a chance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
Are you guys okay? Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Green.
All right, bring it on.
Pretty sure like half the boss fights in this game have been like auto loses so far.
Bring it on.
This'll be a tough one.
Oh, I don't have a helper. That's cool. Yay.
You can handle this?
This is bad. Are you okay?
Yeah, just a bunch of forced loss boss battles every fucking chapter.
Settled enough for you?
Like, once again, I'd like to say that winning the battle and losing the cutscene or having to force lost battles is fine, but it's like half of the fucking shit so far. It's just that bullshit. It makes you so... And then the rest of them are so oppressively imbalanced that you can't tell the difference between one and another. It's just aggravating.
Didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win. And that Reen perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now.
Are they trying to make it feel like we're powerless so that when we gain a bunch of levels and take it to the enemy later on that we can see how much we've grown? Because there are way better ways of doing this than just like squashing you and making you feel like a piece of shit.
But you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Also, like, why are they here if not to kill us or burn the village to the ground or kidnap somebody or something? Are they just here just to, like, style on us? That's it?
Hey, Vita.
It's like doing a kickflip in our face and just peacing out like, smell you later, nerds. Like, turning us upside down and shaking our lunch money out and then leaving.
Exactly as I thought.
What's the fucking point here?
Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Finestrum Phantasma.
I hate how they do the in parentheses translation. Just let them do the thing. We know what they're saying. We don't know what it actually means necessarily, you know?
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions.
I didn't know.
But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Albarea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Everywhere that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Yeah, of course.
Don't be silly, child. Reen Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you. Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship. I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land.
You did very, very minor things that have no real impact whatsoever, and that just caught my attention.
And so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you about the past, the present, as well as your future.
Are you suggesting...
You want Reen to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation?
No, he wants the Ashen Knight to join the Rebel Alliance. Or the Noble Alliance.
Ymir.
Rebel Alliance, Noble Alliance, same difference.
Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
Very well. Allow me to accept your invitation.
Don't be an idiot. This is clearly a trap. They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Valimar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right...
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
Oh, wait!
Boy, they never moved from their position, and they were supposed to be fighting? I thought they were fighting. They never moved an inch.
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again, but remember this. You're an Albarea. There is power and dignity in that name. To whatever end you would use it, I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that.
Do they have to have the teleporting graphic linger? I feel like that's so out of...
And
like,
what
it
is
just
a
doesn't make
promising young
sense.
man like yourself?
Teleport magic can just kind of be like, oh, hold on a second. Oh, you're only half teleported. It's fine. Just continue your conversation.
Borrow young Reen for a short
Just
while.
don't
There's
start
nothing
it
to
until
worry
he's done. You know? I don't get it. I don't get why
busy
that's so
man
hard to
these days,
understand.
though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
Reen! Reen! We all finally got back together, too. Why? but I'll be back, I promise. So stay safe.
Might have something to do with the perception of the name, you know? It's like... How to explain it? If your name is Hiro, H-I-R-O, you're gonna be a good guy, guaranteed. You know? Also, I think that there's a good chance that Rufus isn't a bad guy. I think he's actually just playing along until he has an opportunity because he knew the noble forces were exceptional, you know? Allow me to accept the invitation. It doesn't look like I had a choice, actually.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close.
What are you talking about? We already met him. Literally.
It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer, truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
We only acted as we did, due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property.
Prioritizing culture and traditions, like saying, like, you know, oh yeah, direct disregard for culture and traditions, that's coded. It doesn't mean that they care about the culture and traditions. They're just using that as an excuse because the country has existed and subsisted so long on the class system that it hurts the nobles to change that up. So it's an excuse to fight against something to keep yourself in power. That's what that is.
Surely you too noticed this.
Culture and traditions don't matter that much. Well, culture matters. Traditions don't matter that much. But culture, the kind of culture that matters is not the kind of culture that is like a government system. That's not culture. That's control. And I guess protection in an ideal government, it's more about protection and laws and everything than it is about control. But in his case, it's definitely about control. But anyway, your government structure is not your tradition, it's not your culture. What is your culture is your way of being, your lifestyles, your food, you know, your history, right? The things that define you. But they're benign things that influence the day-to-day, but don't really... The important things in culture are not things that inhibit people. They're things to celebrate because they're just things that are, I don't know, ambiguous, right? What's a good example? Like a holiday that you would celebrate because of something, and the culture of having a class system so you can control the population and keep yourself elevated above everyone else. That's not culture. That's bullshit.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were.
Aggressive and it seems like it was aggressive in dismantling the noble system or the class system. So I mean, aggressive just means that he was trying to, at least it seems like, liberate the people, but he also seemed to be in complete favor of the Emperor, and which meant giving him more power. So like, once again, we haven't really heard what his policies are, what his political stance is. We've only just heard that he opposes the noble faction, and that's it. So we don't really know where his stance was and whether or not he was a good or a bad guy.
About the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more.
That's another phrase to watch out for. Good old days? Yeah. Yeah, what are the good old days of random countries and their history? Almost always, most of the time, countries grow into like more like equality and more progressive policies that help everybody excel. The good old days is usually about reversing the clock and going back to times where it was more difficult for everybody except for those in power. Yeah, it's what's his name? Fucking Noctis guy. Ray Chase. And he voices 2 characters in this game, actually. I found out that because when there was another character that was that we popped up, and I was like, that sounds like Ray Chase trying to sound old. Oh, the butler. That's who it was.
The key to this bright future lies
Was it? No, it wasn't the
in
butler.
putting aside our differences and joining hands.
Because that was
Am I
Patrick
wrong?
Seeds, I think.
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family, and let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been imprisoned.
But the thing is that if they were the Imperial family, they would be in control. And yet here you are in control.
But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have 2 of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility.
Really, that's funny because the tanks were like completely like blasting into those things and they didn't take a scratch and then just smashed the tanks in one hit. So I thought they had way more firepower and armor and also mobility and versatility. Which one is it?
But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead, and with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be
Order's
as it
another
should.
one of those dangerous words. You gotta be careful about the context.
That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
are you trying to?
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors, and in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you.
Yeah, because we're gonna expel you from school if you don't fight the war for us.
After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
Intermission? Well, that's interesting. Because now it really does feel like it's chapter 4. Because, like, intermission usually way later into the game, after a major chapter or something. But we just had Act 1, but it was Act 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3, so it just kind of feels like chapter 1, 2, and 3. They were about the same length anyway. That massive hall with the chandelier is definitely very important for the structural integrity of the airship that's for military use. The fanciest, like, military vehicle would not have nice furniture and carpet and wasted space like this. If it wanted to be
all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire.
Like, this just feels like a cruise ship, right? There's no military
Only then
aspect to this.
Everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
I suggest you consider carefully that, after all, I look forward.
Why are we
to
having a
hearing your
flashback on what just literally happened? We don't need to hear that again.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer.
Yeah, but if you just
okay
let
with
them
that?
win, then, like, sure, yeah, more people are going to suffer, but if you let them win, way more people are going to suffer. Way more people.
If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again.
Reduce the number
free
of
Elise
war
and Princess
victims, but the
Alfred.
number of victims will definitely go on across all time because everybody will be under the thumb of the oppressive government.
No, this isn't that simple. Think, Rain, think. I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about
Dougie,
me.
you gotta do the Dougie.
What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
Oh, you brought me a picnic basket. Thanks, boo-boo.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look. I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course.
But they already said drinks and refreshment had been prepared in my
Kinda
room.
early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
How did that plate fit in the basket? It's too big for it.
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh? I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Orbital plate, sorry, Orbital picnic basket. Orbital burger with Orbital fries and Orbital dip with Orbital drinks of some
Cool.
kind.
All right, dig in.
This
tastes kinda different from a normal burger.
Looks like
Oh,
chicken.
no wonder. It's got
Fish.
whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
Yeah. The tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring too.
I don't like tartar sauce. It's one of the few things I don't like. Tartar sauce, mayo, ketchup.
This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Dry, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses. Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Remember Armbrest, because he has arms coming out of his boobies. Tartar sauce, Tartarus, Persona
She was using
3!
some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah. Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone, though I guess that makes sense seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not a noble.
I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago. Is that right?
This one wasn't voiced by Crow. The weird, this is voiced
So
and
you
that's
ended
not
up going
voiced thing.
back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Tell me, Crow. Please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number
Yeah,
one
we
in
don't need
class.
character motives in this game. Not until the very, 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 very end.
Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know...
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe in that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened.
Once upon a time,
Back
the
in those
end.
days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, North Ambria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the North Ambrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of North Ambria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out North Ambria.
Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end. Yep, that's Crow's story. Thank you for the 288 bits, no name.
In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had.
Yeah, he's the one that had the mask on.
He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor, and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative. He taught me just about everything a guy could know. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai.
Whoa! Hold it right there.
Whoa! Well, you know, it's weird because it's like, I don't know. Thank you, Donate, for the 222 bits. So it's weird because it's like you got your prosperity back, but this just feels like you're mad that people immigrated to your city after it became prosperous, and it's like, but they were just being part of your city, you know? Like, I mean, does nobody else? No, I'm sure nobody in base Jirai out of 150,000 people cared about just making money. I'm sure everybody there was just the nicest, coolest person in the world that didn't care about anything else other than the happiness of their neighbors. You know, like that's fucking bullshit. So I don't know. I just feel like whining about people coming into your city to help make it profitable, lucrative, is like, you asked for your city to stop turning into a ghost town, and it did because people brought in capital, which is how cities prosper. I don't understand the complaint.
My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the Imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all Imperial capital.
Oh, I see.
The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos
So
reigned.
they basically made it a city entirely sufficient on Imperial funds, and then sabotaged their own railway line, and then threatened them for doing that, for blaming them for it, so that they could threaten them in order to get an advantage, which is like what's going to happen. They're going to be annexed.
That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in his third year as representative of the Imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer.
They might have been bought and paid for, too.
Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident, my grandfather. He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the Empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day. That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
It's like, it's weird because, like, I feel as if that was totally unnecessary. You know what I mean? It's like immediately jumping to conflict instead of making a proposal first, and then once declined, then taking things too far. I feel like realistically, that is not the way that would happen. They would have come to him with a proposal of annexing him equally, like fairly, you know, or mutually, I should say, before deciding to like bomb the rail line. That seems like such a drastic first step, you know, and then trying to frame him, it just feels very off. But they're trying to demonize Osborn as well. I mean, all they had to do was slip in that they tried to offer the annexing and it refused, and then the bombing happened, and then it would have felt a little bit better. But still, it's weird because, once again, this game is very transparent in its storytelling. It doesn't really hide anything from you aside from like things that you just haven't learned yet. Basically what I mean is, when somebody's a good guy, the game is very, very obviously framing them as a good guy. When the game is telling you something about how the progress of the game is going, they very clearly like shove it in your face. And when someone is framed as a bad guy, they very, 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 very forcefully shove that in your face with like bad, you know, music. Not bad music, but like bad sounding music, like, oh, we're evil or whatever. Like, ha 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 ha, we have helped all the citizens and given them food and water. Mwahaha, our scheme is almost complete, you know, kind of thing. And it's like, okay, you've done good things, but they're being framed as bad guys because whatever. Anyway, the thing that I'm getting at is they framed the reformist faction as good, and they framed the Noble Alliance as bad, and yet like now Osborn is bad, but the reformist faction is still good. Like it's weird because they want us to pretend to be that we're this third faction, this impartial faction between either of the major moving political powers right now. And yet all we do is fight the Noble faction. We haven't heard anything about the Reformist faction, what they want, how they want it, what their motives are, what their actual belief structure is, what their core structure is, or anything at all. Just that they're the good guys, and that's it. And it's really hard to piece together anything in this story and actually care about the moving parts when you don't really know what they are, you know? Is this part of the series that is getting remastered? There's no remasters of these games. Well, technically, I guess you could argue that this is actually a remaster already, but you're talking about Trails in the Sky Remake, which is coming out next month. Trails in the Sky First Chapter Remake is coming out next month. That's the very, very first game in all of the Legend of Heroes stuff for this stuff anyway. But these are already remasters of the PS Vita version, which is the original version of the game.
I don't know what to say, Crow. What happened to him after that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that.
Yeah. No, they are. You're fine. You're fine. I was just confused at first.
I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who would often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ordis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did, I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head. Come on now, what's with the face? You look sadder about all this than I did.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather.
I think swearing to kill him after all that is really a bit extreme, too.
And he may have lost, but Pop's
because, like, realistically, let's say for the sake of argument that the Chancellor was absolutely behind all of that, and he did all of those things, and he eked out everybody involved in order to gain control of the special economic zone or whatever. At the end of the day, all he did was hurt nobody by bombing a rail line, which, fine, okay, bad. Like, what he did was wrong, right? I'm not not trying to defend him, but he didn't actually hurt anybody. In fact, he made a lot of people prosper by keeping that city as an economic powerhouse. Yeah, sure, he can't take control of the city and it became part of the empire, but he did so without hurting anybody. In fact, he did it by helping a lot of people. However, also, I'd say that, like, putting it under an empire instead of, like, whatever it was before, probably a democracy of some kind. I mean, not a mayor, right? That's an elected official. Does suck. But, like, what I'm getting at is, like, he didn't do something so horribly vile, evil that it deserved that kind of resentment. Like, he could be mad at him and, you know, not want him to be in political power or something, but to want to kill him after all that just seems a bit extreme, you know? It's like,
I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's
definitely
defeat.
not a good thing that Osborn did, but
maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse. I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble.
And once again, we don't actually know what Osborn was doing at all. We have no information about his policies and the things that he did and what his belief is and everything. We have no idea any of that at all. So, like, still waiting to actually get a connection there in order to actually understand this story, because so far it's telling me nothing.
But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now...
he did one bad thing, but why? And what is his actual policies?
I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace.
Peace
so
to who?
It's only when that's done that my game is
peace
truly
to
over.
Who?
I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow...
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough.
But what I'm saying is that the game should have told me a lot. They should have told me in the first game what that means, because how am I supposed to relate and pull the elements of the game together without the game actually telling me what the motives are on either side? It doesn't make any sense to hold that back or away from the player. And I'm not talking about, like, their super secret ulterior motive. I'm talking about the things that are public knowledge. What is the core belief structure of the Reformist faction? It has not ever been said in the entire game so far. And I'm not asking you guys to answer that, obviously, because it would be a spoiler to the story. But, like, the fact that the game has not told me anything about that is really weird.
You're going to be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want.
Gonna jork it!
What else can I even do here?
They just happen to spy him through the tiny window there.
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor. I think she'd perk right up if she saw you, so why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told
I'm
everyone.
guessing
I'd
it's gonna
definitely
be
come
my
back soon.
sister, even though the way
Right
it's
now,
framed is
I need to gather
awkward
as
and
much
weird.
information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one.
All right, time for my break real quick. Just gonna put some jams on for you. Get some water, eat some food. You know, the usual. So, I need to build up my playlists if I'm going to be playing music during my breaks. Need bigger playlists. Let's go here. All right, cool. Be back in a few. Hang tight. Enjoy the jams, and see you in a few. We'll figure out what's going on.
right.
Wrong. Yeah. What do you think about that, Reen? Every time I hear Reen's name, all I can think of is like, you know how quinoa is spelled like Renoa, but with a Q? And so you call, but it's still pronounced Reenwa, or not quinoa, right? But whenever I see Renoa, I just call her Reenwa instead. You know, because quinoa, quinoa, whatever, right? That's the joke. Ha ha ha, please laugh. Anyway, every time I hear Reen, all I can think of is Reenwa. Like Renoa, but pronounced like quinoa. I don't know. Now it's all you can think of. You're welcome. And with that, you're also all breathing manually now, so, and you're painfully aware of how dry your eyes are. All right, let's go. That's a lot of places to go to.
I can sense someone
I can send someone inside.
It's open. Come on in.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Moist eyes. Wow, what a life. You're just sitting here. How exciting.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C, and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C.
See what he did there?
That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him.
Well, it's not Kronk, it's Patrick Seats, but I could definitely understand kind of sounding like Kronk. I forget the name of Kronk's actor, though.
Anyway, take a seat. Got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
They liberate sofas?
Basically, yeah.
You've been sick and working? Ah, man. Do you actually have to go into work too? Like physically? Because I don't understand. I hate the fact that like companies are so stupid with that. Or it's like you're sick and they demand that you come into work anyway, and then you go in there and you get everybody else sick. I can understand if you were sick and working from home. Like if I were sick, I would still work from home. I maybe not do the best job, but like I would still probably work. In fact, if I were sick, I would probably still stream, which is my job, I guess, technically. So, you know, I just haven't been sick in a very, very long time. Knock on wood, because I definitely don't want to get sick.
We all came from different backgrounds, but the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame them for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question.
Outside and sick? That seems pretty rough. Like, if it's outside,
Me?
it's probably physically
I don't
demanding.
really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight.
Being
I've
sick
always
means
lived
paid less?
And teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing.
I had a
even
really
if it's
bad
pain.
flu when I was a teenager. It was like 3 weeks long. Oh, that felt like shit.
Yeah, if we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista.
City Park maintenance? Oh, well, that's probably a pretty light amount of work, actually,
I'd be
especially since
happy
the
if you
park.
chose to disband at least.
Replace some lights, fix a door handle. Seems like you could do
You're a
it
funny
pretty
kid.
pretty slow, you know, at your own pace kind of thing.
Being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. Crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties.
Oh, I agree, Lone Fellow. I agree. It might be that they are the only
us.
person
Just have to
available to
worry
do
about
that,
yourself.
and being outside and being away from people, they don't really mind. It's really up to them, I suppose. But I agree that if you're sick, you shouldn't be forced to
Whether
work.
you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them. You've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
Man, everybody in these
Think I
games
might
has
have been
such
too
good
harsh on the
posture.
kid.
There's only like one sitting position for every character, and it's always like this weird perfect posture.
Still. Yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that? I can sense someone inside. And judging by the fact that V is in the next room,
You could just like knock. You don't have to do the I sense somebody inside. You could just knock and then they have somebody answer or they don't. The end. Why this whole I can sense people thing? It just annoys
Come
me
on in
every
if you like.
every single time.
Excuse me.
Every single time. I spend my days sitting in a different part of my room.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to.
Where's the stove that heats the tea?
Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Yeah, just a modest mansion living, you know?
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
Just a moderate, you know, living my mansion as the ruler of the city, you know, just very humble beginnings.
Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
Isn't that funny because
You're
like
wondering how
posh
someone
spice
like
literally
me
mean
became
like
a
posh
terrorist?
means like well-to-do or like fancy or wealthy or whatever. So it's like
It's written all over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborne built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
I want to point it out again because it's happening again where they make the most asinine assumption about everything and they just happen to be spot on. Like, why even make a mention about it? Like, oh, I guess somebody told you. That's all it has to be. That's all it has to be. Like, why do they always have to guess so fucking pinpoint accurately every single time about every single kind of interaction ever, forever, every scene, every time, every way, every time, all the...
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
Metagaming D&D, yep. Yeah, I've made that comparison quite a bit, actually. It's not even just Reen, it's everybody.
I suppose.
No, Reen wasn't the one that guessed it. He was actually told that thing. Her guessing who told him is the annoying part.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It
I
wasn't
took
just
0
made with
sips.
high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally too.
You're very welcome.
I happen to be a tea expert with my total, my tea degree. I have a degree in tea course, so I know exactly what
Actually,
exceptional
I
tea
may
is,
as well ask while I have
being
the chance.
17 and all.
Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
So she's a Grail Knight.
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Like all modest upbringings, yeah. Tea classes, of course, obviously.
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true.
This is weird because they're starting to frame them as good
seemed
guys.
to really hate the Chancellor.
And it makes me wonder, now that Osborne is dead, how much they'll stay with the Noble Alliance and whether or not they'll continue to be enemies or
wonder
not.
what she intends
Especially
to do
considering
while
that
he's
they
gone.
introduced a new cast of enemies for us to fight against. But they're being humanized and they're all nice and down to earth and friendly. Might be, yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at, Lone Fellow, actually, is exactly that.
Good day to you, Reen Schwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you.
Opportunity D's nuts. I got him again with the D's nuts, man. The height of humor.
Opportunities. Don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink. You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved
The only thing
thief
that
of our
I
time.
don't like about it is it just feels awkward. There's got to be a reason why they're humanizing the opponents. You know what I mean? And it just feels like, I don't know. Why am I having all these one-on-ones with every single named NPC from the opposition?
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself.
It couldn't just be like one or two of them. It has to be every single one of them.
Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink. Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Indeed, there are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his.
But if you humanize your opponent, then they're not typically going to be your actual opponent. They might provide some annoyance here and there, but generally speaking, they'd be more friendly than otherwise.
Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you.
Wow, Iceburner. That is a very, very massive burn.
It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal? He has so
yes,
many
lone fellow, I
interesting
agree.
and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reen. There, I was able to steal much of your time and your interest.
I like how he just thought about it and then he actually spoke it. Like he thought about it, Reen thought about it, and then like he was reading his mind or something.
Perhaps I stole your heart as well.
It's weird. Weird how the pairing of those two lines.
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is
I feel like the
now,
internal
would
thought
you?
was the unnecessary one.
Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with
The Crimson Wings of Time?
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreichels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreichels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreichels.
Oh?
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Ha ha! I'm pleased to hear it. I will be waiting
Here's
at
his
the
mask
edge
on all
of
of a
my
sudden.
seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot. But I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me. I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Excuse me.
He didn't even knock yet, though. They're not making out or wrestling or pumping iron or something. Seems really boring. Everybody just kind of sits in their room doing nothing.
Have a seat. Bourbon?
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly?
Too early
though?
for bourbon.
I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day that's sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Of course.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. Fee seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night. Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Huh. Oh, yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind? After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well... We had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Stop it.
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers. was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well. At least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. I can sense someone inside. What the?
Oh, it's gonna be McLovin? I think it's McLovin. Yep, it's McLovin. What's up, McLovin?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, hey, it's you, McLovin. Spicy McLovin.
Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now, anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass. So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time. But what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kind of hard to put into words.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh character.
Seems that way.
McDonald's meal with extra spice.
I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head
I
around
think
what you're
McBurn
saying.
might be the dumbest name in a video game I've ever heard.
Just watch.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic, and I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well... True. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
Huh. You're saying your thing is small.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't
You know, that's
answer.
weird because like when I mix stuff into a bowl to like bake a cake or something, it doesn't will fire. I have to put it in the oven to cook it, so...
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah, thanks for your time. Oh yeah, so how much of you is unnatural?
me? All of me.
Ah! Ow! Oh, I just cut myself on that edge. Ah, fuck, dude, that hurt. Damn.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense. I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power is. One day.
Okay, it's Vita and the Sword Maiden left.
Having to travel to and from Crossbell like this is utterly exhausting.
Ugh, what a terrible thing. I have to have every convenience in my beck and call. Oh, I'm
I
sad.
mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
I always also speak my thoughts out loud.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there? Wait. You're the Ashen Knight's pilot.
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros, Duvali the Swift.
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
I don't know what that means. Grim Joe and Sukuna.
So, now that we're understood, what do you want?
Why did she put her armor on?
Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
JK? What is that? Jumping JK? As in just joking? Just kidding, right?
Can you not jump
Or is
to
that like
conclusions?
J.R.R. Martin's like evil twin?
Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own, but for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever.
I'm guessing they're just like super edgy characters.
I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the 7th, not the 2nd. She is the leader of the Stahlritter. The
Oh
great
yeah,
light
that's
which
right. She's not an
guides us.
enforcer. She's a Anguius.
Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful.
She's not an Anguius like what's her name? No, she's the 7th Anguius instead of the 2nd one. So she's an Anguius like Vita. No.
She's the strongest knight of all. And oh, she's simply divine.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is. So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
On a steel maiden I ride, and I'm wanted.
If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon,
right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the Society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness. But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, all right? I'm quite strong.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything
It's like
that
such a
strays from the
weird
path of
forced
righteousness.
element. No, I'm actually strong.
Thank you not to spout such nauseating
I
drivel
totally
in my
have
presence.
darkness.
Now get the hell out of my room!
Oh,
She
hey.
chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden.
We might see her again in this game because
Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden?
she was in the previous game, and they mentioned that they were going to go to Aerobonia.
Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study. Huh?
Hey.
I think I can sense someone inside.
Hey, it's
Given the
Vita.
circumstances,
Vita Cloaca.
Imagine it must be one of the people
Living
who
the
fought
Vita
us in Ymir.
Loca.
Huh? It's open.
Like half the other doors?
It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sensed someone in here.
Oh, right.
Oh.
It's a weirdly loud sleeping sound without actually snoring.
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagram.
This is... Wow. I have no words for the stupidity of that.
9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Unless she's a robot.
Guess she's sleeping
Also, why would
comfortably
she, like, speak out loud?
Then again, she
If she
needs it
were,
at her
like, a
age.
computer... It's
She's
like if
got
your
plenty of
computer had a
room
speaker
left.
and just, like, told you, it's like, loading operating system. Wait. Procedure completed. It has been 15 hours and 62 minutes since your last login. Welcome back, user Kun. You know, it's just
morning?
Reen Schwarzer, why are you here?
hate. I think of all the anime tropiness ever, I think that's got to be my least favorite. I fucking hate it. It is the dumbest shit ever. It makes no sense. And it's like so weirdly forced every single time.
Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then? Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake. Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers. So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
No! No, I didn't!
Every time it's some super underage girl, they gotta get way more sexual innuendo than anything else. Every single time. When Milliam jumps to hug me, she always like shoves some private part into my face or something, or mounts him awkwardly, and then this whole situation with her, it's just like...
How many times do I have to explain
every
what happened
fucking
before you
time.
believe me?
Every time.
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question.
Also, does it bother anybody like how directly opposite she is to Milliam? You know, like she cares about the classification of her information. She's all calm and monotone. It's the typical monotone trope, by the way. This is also common, very, very common trope. She has a dark outfit and a dark robot instead of white. It's 100% opposite in every way, and it's like obnoxiously opposite.
And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
This is the one voiced by Haru. Oh yeah, I said that when we first met her, didn't I? I called her like the last
That's
party
the
member.
name
I couldn't
of the
remember her
place I
name.
belong to.
Yeah.
It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells. And loaned. That makes it sound like I suppose it's none of my business.
No, don't. Fucking god damn it, dude. Why?
Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not.
Weird, awkward, and weird, and weird, and awkward, and weird, and weird, and dumb, and weird, and awkward.
Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
He walked up to her and gave her a head pat and pet her hair weirdly. Very, very weirdly. And I'm not so sure if whoever's behind here is sister or not.
This should be the guest of honor's room. Time to see who's inside.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, yeah, it's sister.
Please come in.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Oh. The princess. Had to be one of the two.
I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you! It's really, really you!
Here comes the awkward hug.
Your Highness.
my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe.
But Hiro-kun, you're the coolest, and everybody loves you the mostest.
So sorry that you had to go through all of this.
She could.
I hadn't been so weak.
It could have been her
none of this would
father
have happened.
come to finally save her, and she'd have been like, "Oh, father, it's so lovely to see you." But Hiro-kun comes in, and it's like we barely have very much interaction at all, and it's like the most tender, heartfelt attempt at reuniting ever. You know, it's just.
You mustn't apologize.
Yeah, you know, Jazzy, I should have said what I really thought, which is it's either the sister or her that was the guest of honor. But like, I felt so sure that of the two, it was the sister because of how sexually charged the language was, and how much they pushed that weird incestual thing, you know. So I thought for sure it had to be sister. So.
Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely.
To be perfectly honest, I've been following you play these games mostly lurking, with Cold Steel being the one I followed slightly more, actively doing the voice acting. Struggling to see where the love and hype for these games come from, and I really want a fan to tell me why they love it. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I feel the same way because I too do not understand where like the crazy love for the game comes from. I understand that they're very decent RPGs. They're all right. They got some neat stuff to them. There's some really good political intrigue here and there, but a lot of the political stuff is handled pretty poorly as well. So it's kind of a hit and miss there. And there's a lot of like drawn out and obnoxious overwriting, ridiculous tropes, creepy incestual pedophilic dialogue in almost every game. In every game, actually, more than once. It's not even almost every game. It's every game. Quite a bit of it, and there's just a lot of like, I don't know, mediocreness to them. And at the same time, it's like you have to understand though, just because like we see it as like mediocre or maybe not as good as people say it is, you gotta understand that when it comes to art or a lot of things that create entertainment, it's not that everybody is going to see it as the objective thing that it is, that like it's your average RPG or whatever. It's going to be a varying level of degree of enjoyment, you know? Like some people are really going to see this and just, it's going to speak to them on a personal level and they're going to love it. And they're going to find other people that also love it and they're going to share and build communities around that to promote it and speak highly of it because it's something that they all collectively love. It's the same thing with Final Fantasy. We all collectively love Final Fantasy here, and we play a lot of Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy related stuff, so of course we kind of have an echo chamber of Final Fantasy love in the community for that reason. And the kind of same thing happens from a lot of other things. Obviously, Final Fantasy has a much higher production value, so there's a much bigger love and community for Final Fantasy, but that doesn't mean that there isn't, more niche series that get the same love. And there's also the factor that these games have a lot of games. So it's not just like, I really love, I don't know, Infinite Undiscovery or something, which is another game that most people don't really like, that think is kind of bad. So, there's only the one game. You can't really promote a franchise or series that way when you go, oh, I really love that game. That's a good game, But when you have this one that has 12 games out there, it starts to get a little bit more traction, a little more information about it because people go, whoa, 12 games, man, this is a huge series. Wow, it must have a lot of interesting stuff in it. And people start asking questions. They start becoming interested in it, and it helps. But generally speaking, I mean, the sales of these games is still low. It's like about 600,000 average per Legend of Heroes game in terms of sales. So still relatively niche, but you just hear about it a lot more because of the size of the series. And I think that's what helps. But yeah, you gotta understand that like when something exists, or a piece of art or something, the variance of love that people might have for something changes based on their own life experiences and their own preferences on what a game should or should not be. Honestly, Kylo, I think I might be liking Cold Steel the least as well so far. I do think Sky at least had like the Estelle Joshua thing, which was kind of good, and this just doesn't really have much, I think, going for it yet, but I think I'll reserve total judgment until after Sky 2 ends because like every other series, it's always the first game is the mega filler, and the second game is the actual meat and potatoes. So some people don't mind the tropes. Yeah, yep. Some people love the tropes, actually. By the way, Jazzy, I think it's funny that you say finally a wrong prediction, because I do tend to predict everything in these games quite a bit, because I mean, like I said, there's like the narrative insight that's always happening, and then it's a very transparent way of telling the story. Plus, it's really predictable when things aren't following those guidelines. Cult factor. Yep, there's definitely the cult factor. Yeah. Cult factor definitely plays, I think, a pretty big part. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the book Lolita, like, or the story Lolita, or whatever the hell it is, like, kind of drawing attention to how bad that is as opposed to praising it? But even if it does praise it and people like celebrate that book, doesn't mean that it's suddenly okay or acceptable or good. It means there's a bunch of creepy people that want to rape children, honestly. So that's just not a good thing, if you ask me, just because it might have some following. I don't really know much about it, to be honest. I only know very surface level information, so I don't really know what it's about. You think FF7 is the worst FF? That's definitely an unpopular opinion, but I mean, I can understand why, especially if you played it much later. If you played it like brand new when FF7 came out, it'd be really hard to have that opinion. If you only played Azure and Zero, you would have high regard for the Trails games. I thought Zero and Azure was like a good solid 7 out of 10 set of games. Well, Azure anyway. Damn, nice. Did you find a better surface? Yeah. Just had to adjust things, move stuff on the ground or something. Probably take that lamp off. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you have a point, Lone Fellow. I think part of it is the interconnectedness of the world, how everything kind of plays off of each other. But at the same time, like, you could really play all of these arcs independently, and you would get the surface level information from the other games, and it wouldn't matter. But I think when you have, like, let's say the Crossbell series, right? And you talk about the trade conference and all the other stuff that's going on in Crossbell, and then you play this, the familiarity gets people excited. So that interconnectedness drives interest as well. And Tales of does not have that. You mentioned speaking at a personal level. I'm there with Fire Emblem, even Awakening, and I know that game has some similar failings as a game in a lot of ways, but it does speak. What do you think about Engage then? Because that seemed to be universally hated. Cold Steel is a controversial arc? Yeah. I've heard that everybody rates Cold Steel 1 and 2 really low on their list. Oh, you said already about Engage. There we go. Sky 2 is your favorite? I think Sky 2 is a pretty common favorite, especially considering it's like a big intro to the series. I think it's really common to have that. Okay, Demi, so I was right about my perception of that book then. Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Clearly the worst one is FF8. How dare you? You know what's funny is I did a lore playthrough of FF8. You know, I did the lore playthrough of FF7. I did it with FF8 as well. And I have to say, Like the way the plot holds together and the romance and everything, it's way better than I originally thought. Going through it again and actually really understanding the character motives and, you know, feelings and perceptions and concepts and growth and everything actually made me respect FF8 a lot more. Although I will still say, like, I get why people would have it as one of their least or lesser favorites. Messed up Japanese werewolf series that Japan boomers ate up called Wolf Guy, since the author Kamazumasa Hirai was a sci-fi pioneer for making Ape Man and Jiganma Wars a dark childhood growing up. Never heard of it. Yeah, you know what's funny, Kamen Rider, is 12 and 13 tend to be the most commonly disliked, and they're among my favorites. I think the gameplay and focus, like what the game demands of the player, just keeps me in the game really, really aggressively. It just gets me fired up. Love it. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Fire Emblem Engage, and I have to say it's definitely campy. So far, it's not really giving much story-wise. Trying, Lone Fellow. I mean, I don't like draw either. Nobody likes draw. Dude, draw is just a really poorly handled mechanic. The idea of draw is really good. They just handled it very poorly. Also, I really relate, like, I already kind of like Squall to begin with, but I relate really, really closely to Squall because he's an introvert. I'm an introvert. He's textbook introvert. He's not edgy. He's an introvert, like me. I get where he's coming from, where he just kind of wants to do his job and be left alone. But everything keeps piling up on him, and he's just like, whatever, I have to handle this. Because nobody else is, and they're all expecting me to do it, so I guess I just gotta, you know? Whole series binary connected is a big draw. It's also intimidating for other people. At the very least, it catches your attention, since it's a lot of games and a lot of world building. You know, there's one thing I want to talk about with the world building of these games, and it's a shallow aspect that I want to talk about. Like, okay, you can relate back to old little NPCs that say they're gonna move to this town, and then when you play the other series, you meet them in that town and whatever. Like, okay, that's pretty good attention to detail for your characters and everything. But the rest of everything else, it's like, yeah, of course they're gonna draw attention to the big moments in the other parts of the world of the story. And I get that draw is like that familiarity. It's like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's like, ooh, ooh, ooh. You know, like I get that. It gets you excited and you get the reference and all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, that's like, but at the end of the day, it's really, really like, man, it's shoving your hands up a pig's ass and punching things because it is ham-fisted. You know what I mean? Like it just makes sure that you know that this is the time frame that you're at, you know? But at the same time also doesn't really tell you the time frame. It just kind of tells you the vague time frame without the month, the day, the year. Why don't they ever tell you the date? Hardly ever. It would be so much better if they could tell you the date or the year or something to get a better connection at that. But yeah, I feel like they're really shoving it down your throat with the trade conference this, the trade conference that, you know, kind of thing. And maybe it's just because it's a Cold Steel 1 and 2 thing that's like really not the best story of the series so far, or I don't know. But sometimes it does feel like they're really just trying to make sure you know what general time frame it is, instead of kind of just making it be that, you know? I think a lot of people beat FF8 without understanding Junction or GF systems. Yeah, like I said, Kamen Rider, I went back into FF8 and replayed it and paid close attention to the romance and everything. You could benefit to watching my lore playthrough of FF8, Kamen Rider. I think you might help you understand FF8 a little bit more and their motives and how the romance progresses and everything, because it actually, I think I kind of unlocked the secret and really brought it home, and I think it makes sense. You know, Jay, I agree that like getting player interaction and lore and exposition and world building is really important. But like I talked about this before about how it could be done better. So most of the time, the way most games work is that they layer world building, character development, character interactions, and lore and exposition. They layer that all together. So like you have a moment in a game and you're eating all of that. It's like a sandwich, you know, it's like it's got the meat, which is the main plot. It's got some condiments, which is the character interactions. You know, it's all nice and surrounded by a nice toasty warm bun of nice buttered exposition and world building. You know what I mean? Like it has it all together in each little segment of a game. But what these games do is it takes all the individual pieces of the burger, and it's like, okay, every now and again you're getting the meat of the burger, and it's like, okay, I'm having meat, but I'm just having meat, right? But then every now and again, it's like you're licking ketchup off the window, you know, because it's separate from the burger. You don't get to have the ketchup with the burger. It's just licking ketchup off the window. And so what it does is it lays out every little piece of the burger one at a time, instead of giving you it all layered together in a nice, delicious burger bite. And that's the problem with this game's storytelling. All of the game storytelling in the whole franchise. It's the biggest problem with the game storytelling, because you can have world building and exposition and lore and character development and character growth and main plot and story, and you can have it all together in a nice, delicious burger bite every single time. Almost every other game does it, with intermittent moments where they prioritize main plot during a momentous time or something like that. Of course, you know, pacing is important, right? But the point I'm getting at is I don't want to lick ketchup off a window. I don't even like ketchup. I certainly don't want to lick it off of a window, because like, what the fuck? You know, why would I want to do that? I don't want just a piece of lettuce by itself, or to have to like power through crunching into an onion without anything on it. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the problem is. They don't know how to properly layer their story to give you more than just licking ketchup off of a window. So it turns a 30-40 hour story into 90-hour character introduction with Trails of Cold Steel 1. You know, that's where the problem is. It's not about I don't want so much lore and story and character building. It's about properly building your story to include elements across the story that help build it up while advancing the main plot. Oh, that feels awkward, Doodlebug, the werewolf thing. That feels really awkward. Super awkward. I've found Fire Emblem storytelling is pretty much always generic, to be honest. There's not really a whole lot going on there. Engage with Saturday morning cartoons. That's what it's felt like so far. What's this about Bloodborne? I don't know. Oh yeah, the Switch 2 has the Wii shop, doesn't it? Or was that GBA shop or some new shop? DS shop? Something like that. I haven't played that one. GameCube shop, that's what it is. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO. It just has to do storytelling differently. Even if I don't typically agree with how FF14 is written, I understand why it has to be so long and drawn out, because it has to create enough story content to level you up to the next area so that it can finalize when you reach the max level. It just has to do that. So, you know, it has to be paired with the rest of the story and everything, or the rest of the side quests, and be balanced enough that it gets you through that to the point where you finish it at the max level of that expansion. So, although afterwards, when it's the post-level like patch story, then when it gets drawn out, it's too drawn out at that point. Well, if anything, we like to have a lot of discussion here, Songbird. I think that's probably one of the hallmarks of this channel. Some of that bugs me or feel okay. Some just seem the way things are structured or built up, and some heavily dislike the structural approach. Fair enough, yeah. It seems like I'm not alone with how I feel about these games then. I agree, the calendar thing is completely unnecessary. It just feels like a waste. I think what they wanted to do is they wanted to show a passage of time, and they wanted it to seem like there was all this in between the lines reading that you needed to do about, you know, during that time the characters are getting closer and building up relations, you know, friendships and everything. And they wanted to show a coinciding story of Erebonia life alongside the drama of Crossbell. But I think they just sort of like try to make it bigger than it needed to be instead of focusing on the main story.
I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but
I'm here for you now. Anywhere. JK, I'm actually a prisoner too.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah. I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto the ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
Demi, it makes me curious about the writer, honestly, Demi. Like, I really want to know where that dude stands, because the fact that it's so heavy-handed, it just makes it feel like he's trying to push an agenda, you know? It's just always there. And I know tropes exist in anime, whatever, but like, it really makes me curious what the dude is about.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why.
Cozy used to bother you less, but you've run into so much tired trope from the alien anime industry, my tolerance is much lower now. I think that's where it is for me. I'm 42. I've watched lots of anime and played a lot of games and read a lot of stories over my years. I mean, hundreds of stories. And when you start to see that repetition of tropiness and relatively poor writing, it starts to really bother you, because you're just like, you want better. Like, what is this slop kind of thing? And that's where I kind of have the issue with Legend of Heroes games. It's not bad story, it's bad writing and bad story structure. That's the problem. Like, the actual overarching stories tend to be actually pretty decent.
Strange as it may sound.
No, I don't like the execution either, Kylo. I was just trying to describe what I think they were going through with the story and what their intent was. I agree. I think it was handled poorly. I think Cold Steel 1 is just as bad as the third, Sky Third.
After all, if
Asher, have a good night. Yep.
We wouldn't have
Lord of the Rings Third Age on Sunday.
Like
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board.
I think all of these games are significantly better than Ephemeral Fantasia. So, I think that's probably something good to say about them. They're all better than Ephemeral Fantasia. Even Sky Third, which was the structure like of Baby's first RPG with a bunch of side stories thrown into there. It was really bad, but even then, like, Ephemeral Fantasia is a special kind of bad, you know? Sky Third might not be the greatest game in the world, but at the end of the day, it's like kind of just bad, but not like really fucking bad. Ephemeral Fantasia is actually really fucking bad. Yeah, Fort Zero, the Lord of the Rings Third Age, the one that's supposed to be like FF10.
hesitate to ask.
won the viewer choice vote. So on Sunday, Monday, we'll be playing the Lord of the Rings Third Age PS2 game.
You want to know where Elise is, right?
If you don't replay either Cold Steel or a Persona game, the world ends. What's your poison? Cold Steel or Persona? Persona. Easily. Not even easily. Like, okay, let me first say that the way I would approach this is that which game offers the most content and the most, like, things to do and ways to go about it. Well, what's going to keep me the most busy? Persona is going to keep me the most busy. Guaranteed. So if it's the end of the world, I could pick Cold Steel or Persona to play the rest of eternity. It's Persona. And it could just be like any of the Personas versus any of the Cold Steel games or anything like that. Like it would just be like, it could be the entire Legend of Heroes versus all of Persona games. I would still pick Persona.
She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parent.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant.
Maybe, Fort. Maybe. You might be right that I shouldn't answer that question without playing all of the Cold Steel games, because maybe 3 and 4 is just going to blow me away. But I have a feeling that 3 and 4 aren't going to be so different. But who knows? Because you know what really excites me for Cold Steel 3? It's not what I think is going to be different about the systems or how much greater it's going to be in terms of like the minor little mechanic or better story or anything like that. The thing that excites me the most for Cold Steel 3 is it's the first one that was actually originally on a console, which means that the opportunity for everything is much higher. Better structure, better build, better movement, better visuals, better animations, like everything has a chance to be way better as a console game rather than a handheld game that's been remastered onto a console.
So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really? I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
It really? That's funny because when I played Lacrimosa of Dana for about, 10 or 20 hours, and I thought that everything about that game was just like fucking butter, dude. It just felt really good to play. And the music was jamming. It was really solid. Everything else sucked, of course, but everything, like the combat and music were just so good. And, it was surprising with how fluid that movement and gameplay was, and then playing this and everything was so stiff and weird, you know?
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision.
But it's also funny because it was like the first East game that I played. Like I did the 1 and 2 remake, and then I just basically skipped everything and played 8 randomly. And it's just so funny that was kind of like my reintroduction to East games. I feel like the weirdo that despite being 38 and exposing to all this for decades, I feel okay with the tropes, all the cliches. You know, I mean, did you grow up with a lot of like tropey anime and stuff, and that was just kind of like your entertainment growing up? Because that makes perfect sense. Nostalgia is very powerful. The thing is like the anime that I grew up with is like Akira, Ninja Scroll, and like Ghost in a Shell. And yeah, sure, when I was like in high school, I watched DBZ, and I would like rush home to catch DBZ before, you know, it started and all that kind of stuff. But DBZ was like after everything else. The major meat and potatoes of what I was playing at that time was like Final Fantasy VI and, you know, all the other SNES RPGs and stuff that had much different stories and less tropiness to them. And so like the animes that I like first watched and really kind of grew up with were those like the golden 3, you know, Ninja Scroll, Ghost in a Shell, and Akira, which are like 3 of the most celebrated classic animes. And definitely do not contain a lot of the tropes. I mean, obviously they were kind of they weren't really even trope defining, but like it was the trope defining era, so they weren't really tropes yet.
I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance.
by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up. Using you like that.
Yup.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And
Oops.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but
I don't think you're a dissenting voice. I mean, I don't think anybody's voice is dissenting. It's just their own personal perspective on it.
oh, why even bother? You see through everything.
I
don't
honestly,
you?
I don't remember very much about Ninja Scroll aside from it being very M-rated.
Anyway, putting my feelings aside.
Or R-rated, I guess.
What do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne
Like,
tells
I don't
you
think I
to.
have watched Ninja Scroll in decades. I have it on VHS. Like, I have it on VHS. I have Akira, Ghost in the Shell, and Ninja Scroll all on VHS.
Well... I'm really not sure what to do.
Akira was the very first anime I ever watched.
The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
Oh, and what reason is that? Please go on. Please? So, like, seriously, please. Because I'm dying to know what their fucking side is. Dying.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Reen.
Hey, if you're the only reason that you should, like, consider your stance on something when you're the only one in a room full of people that thinks a certain way is if it has to do with non-opinion, like video game opinion oriented things, you know what I mean? Or like movies or, you know, entertainment things. I'm talking about like core belief values. That it would be the time when you might want to like take a step back and think about it. But it really depends on what the thing is and who you're talking to, because you could be talking to the wrong people that all agree and disagree with you, and then you could be convinced to agree with horrible, terrible things. But we all know what is right and what is wrong when it comes to core values. We know what is right and wrong. Yo, what's up, Jeff? Thank you for 52 months. That's a big button. Thank you. Hope you're doing good, dude. Hey, you know what, Jay? That's like...
Ever since I was taken in by my family...
It's one of
all
those things that's
years
really
ago,
good about entertainment, video games, and TV and everything, is that there's so many variety of opinions. We all get such a cornucopia of entertainment. Yeah, sure, not everybody's going to like the same thing you do, and it might be harder to find people that you can relate to because of it, but at the end of the day, there's going to be something that overlaps where you can share your love for something.
I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son.
Doing good.
And she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
He's got red eyes.
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart.
Wait, how many times are they gonna draw upon this little memory without explaining it?
No matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her.
It's like the 20th, 30th
why
time
I
that they
can't help
use
but
those
wonder.
images, and they have not once explained anything about what happened there.
I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise.
Not a good
if I
thing.
should put her before
It's
everything
just confusing
else.
the player again. Like
Even
I can,
if I have to ignore
I can
or
assume a
outright
couple things
betray
here and
my own
there,
personal
but like
beliefs in the process.
that's the thing that you should do the first time you see it is you make a couple guesses as to what is happening there. After the 20th, 1000th time, you know, maybe you should start deciding that you should explain that history.
Rean. As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself.
He seems to have a hold of himself just fine.
What?
Actually.
Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Rean, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else.
That seems a bit greedy.
And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was.
No, nothing was covered in Cold Steel 1. Like, actually nothing.
She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her, more than anything else. She wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Rean, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How could I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom,
Hey,
Dad, Master Kafai.
you should try to breathe at the same pace that Rean is with his breathing or like idle breathing animation, and you'll start to get lightheaded very quickly.
All my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious?
You're not my dad, I'll do it anyway!
I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon. But better to realize late than never, I suppose, because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control
Scott
again.
gained the power of self-respect. I don't even know about the drama CD thing. Spirit unification when the time comes. What the fuck? What do you why when the time comes? Why? Like,
all right?
why not just like you gain the power of the new S-Craft? Why when the time comes?
I'm fine.
When the time
I've got
comes,
you
better
to
be the
thank for
next
that.
damn battle.
Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you.
Oh, does that mean we could be romantic now that we're brother and sister? The writers of this game would say that. Guaranteed.
I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer.
Yeah, it's what I was
But I suppose
hearing.
all
Somebody
good
was saying
things have
something
to
about it
come to an
before.
end. Take care of yourself, Reen. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this
I mean,
ship.
I didn't even know it existed,
Stay
Lady
close to
Lore.
me.
But are you suggesting that I do very little side content? Because, like, I've done every side quest I could.
Right.
Okay. Why does she join my party, though?
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there. But if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Oh, okay. I don't care about, like, maxing out the game file on my first time playthrough, you know what I mean? So, like, I just kind of play, and if I discover stuff, I'll do it if it's interesting, and that's that, you know? If I like the game enough to replay it, then I'll go for all that. Or, like, if there's, you know, New Game Plus or Chapter Select in order to go back and do all the things, you know, then, hey, you know, I'll go do that.
All right, then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Stop it,
Anyway,
Coconut!
Let's get going.
She just happens to be level 60, apparently. Oh, wow, nice. Wow, Seraphic Ring and Shining. I need Seraph. Mirage Emblem increases offensive arts damage, but also raises EP Oh, she has the big one. Bum, 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 bum. I've heard all of the extra content for these games is pretty bad, which is not surprising. Like even extraneous content in most Final Fantasy stuff is usually pretty not super good. Like the Final Fantasy
There are a lot
anime
of
that was so
very strong
bad.
people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Damn it, Coconut, dude.
Not to worry.
Yeah, he's not getting what he wants, so he's like nibbling at me. He kind of bites to like get attention and stop, like hope people will pet him, but he doesn't realize that that's not the way to go. And it's not like, you know, hard biting, but he does get a little too aggressive with it from time to time. Yeah, most of the other cats that want my attention, they just nuzzle or just, you know, hop up and say, hey, what's up? Or meow cutely. He's the only one that does the biting. Why this way? Isn't this McBurn? Oh, this is my room.
Hmm? This looks like... Thought so. It's a vent.
Like, how much did he need to investigate this to know it was a vent?
Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Oh, man.
Most likely. Still.
Well, that's cute. I used to have a cat, well, as a roommate's cat that would ride on my shoulders.
I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you
Dude,
can.
you had a president's
I'm ready
daughter
to begin
crawling
our
through a
great
vent
escape.
in Resident Evil 4, man. When you're escaping the evil overlords of the zombie death eaters or whatever the fuck, you crawl through a vent if you gotta crawl through a vent, you know?
It's going to be all dark inside. And probably filthy, too.
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone.
Aside from all those people that died from darkness and dirt.
I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller
Oh
than you,
no.
after all.
No, please, no.
No, definitely not. Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first. Like I said before, just stay close to me.
All right, then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
Surprise.
Notice how much they draw attention to that.
Not dirty at all
You
in
know?
here.
Like they
because the ship's newly built?
constantly draw attention to that kind of thing when when it's the 13 and the 15-year-old girls.
Oh, there's a corner.
We must be past the guest area then. Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship at least.
I try to be forthright and you know, wear my feelings on my sleeve so that we get a clear indication.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Honestly, Iceburner, being able to pet a cat on the stomach is a sign of trust. However, every cat will start off with trying to attack the hand when petting the stomach because it's a point of vulnerability. So the immediate response is to attack back, and it's usually a playful thing, even when they, you know, trust you a little bit, right? But as long as you don't continue that behavior, like, okay, if you pet a cat's stomach and they go to attack you, and you stop, that's all you have to do. Eventually, they'll learn that by attacking, you're gonna start ignoring them. So it's a learned behavior that they eventually get comfortable with. So that's really all you need to do. If you play with the cat with your hand, she's gonna, they are gonna think of your hand as a toy. And especially if you keep doing it after you rub their tummy, because it's a vulnerable point. Absolutely. All of my cats, you can rub their tummies as much as you want, and they will love you for it. Because I've taught them that it's not a toy, the hand, and also that it's okay. No one's gonna hurt you, you know? The only two actually that you can't pet their tummies are Mia and Maya, but they're 4 months old. Like we've only had them in the house for 2 weeks. Of course, we're gonna get caught right away because we gotta have random encounters through the
Soldiers are
dungeon.
coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty
I know, right,
nerve-wracking
Jay?
having to be around them
I
all.
think it's more that there's just very little unique mechanics in the game. There's only like one tiny little thing that's updated every single game, and so like they're like, ooh, we made vents, time to use it a whole bunch, you know, and then we wait 3 years and then we get bicycles. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I just wish I could.
Most
get to
games
see
just
Princess
have
Alpha
all
in
of that,
person.
right?
Oh.
What?
Why are we just sitting here?
Too late. Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn.
You'll be able to use this ability eventually. Definitely not right now, though. Of course they have a massive heal.
Let's move. Let's move. That's that. Let's keep moving.
They're strong.
Finally a random battle in this game story. Lose battle. I know, right? Yes, it's been about 3 hours of nothing but story and forced losses. To be fair, there was like...
Fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going. I'll be sure to stay very close to you.
10 minutes of my break time, you know.
All right, here we go.
Oh, she actually started lower level. Wow, she actually started lower level. Not very much. Should have been way lower, but, you know. Sure would love to know what this part of the airship is, because it just looks like a bunch of hallways with no doors. So what is this? This is obviously the maze. Every airship has a maze. It's really good use of the limited space that you have on an airship, of course. Standard airship maze. No, we already went through the ventilation. We came out of the ventilation.
Here we go. Here we go.
The sounds vaguely familiar to the airship music of Sky.
Let's move.
This is kind of like ridiculous, actually, for a random encounter.
Let's move. Thanks. My turn.
Oh, it's definitely ridiculous for a random encounter.
My turn. Here we go.
It's like
My turn.
they ramped up the enemies to be the current level, took away all of your party members, but then kept the same amount of enemies
They're called archaisms.
in the battlefield. So instead of having your full team to take care of a bunch of enemies, you only have 2, and their output is the exact same. Like, it's not balanced according to the fact that you only have 2 party members, one of which is kind of a lower level new party member, you know?
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way.
Ooh, a chest.
Why do I feel like I'm gonna have to deal with Feint coming up here pretty soon? Wow, that's quite the enemy for this.
My turn.
Gladly, Arcus. That wraps things up in a neat little bow.
Great.
She also doesn't gain levels as if the XP is scaled back. It's like the XP scaling is only for me. She doesn't get XP or something, maybe. Where is next level thing? I don't think it shows it. She has no crafts either.
There they are! Recover the princess!
Whew.
Wow, apparently they already know
2
we
soldiers,
escaped
1 military monster.
a little bit.
Shouldn't be a problem. Stay back, please.
Right.
little bit quick.
Let's move.
It's my turn.
Let's move.
Strength up? Dude, I'm already getting fucking trounced by these things.
Burn to and fall now.
It's my turn.
My turn. Here I go. There.
Gladly. That wraps things up in a neat little bow.
I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
You sure are good at killing for a 15-year-old. Tee hee hee hee.
Good luck, Green.
Here I go.
Right.
Let's move.
Right. Arcus,
Let's move.
activate.
Here I go.
Gladly.
My turn. Let's move. That's the power of the 8.
That's the power of the 2 girls, 1 cup school of sword fighting.
Good luck, Green.
My turn. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Oh, look! A staircase!
Hopefully this will lead to the deck.
Damn, I just used my S-craft. Well, I don't think any kind of battle out here is gonna really benefit from that, because it's not like I could just stack them and just burn. So I think I'll just go in without.
How did you get ahead of us?
Because they didn't. We just made shit
I'll
up.
freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Doobly the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
You shall not pass!
Ha ha! Princess Alfin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I,
Ha
the
ha!
Phantom
I have to
Thief,
take a
would
piss!
allow you
Ha
to steal
ha! I
her
had
from us, could you?
potatoes for lunch! Ha ha! My hair is blue! Ha ha! Look at the hand railings over there! Ha ha! My shoes!
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Oh my! What a passionate young lady you are. Forgive me for being so presumptuous. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
It wasn't Jesus that was born to a commoner mother. I think he was actually adopted. I think it was Olivier that was born to a commoner mother. Maybe both of them?
Really now?
Because I know, like, he's the eldest, but he's not next in line as to the emperor because he's not from the empress herself.
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave.
That's the thing, though. His work is do whatever he wants, actually.
I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid.
Yeah, literally, their job is to do whatever they want as long as they're kind of wreaking havoc. Like, they don't really have any objective.
Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough.
Which, actually, like, I think is kind of a major plot issue with this game because these games in general, I mean, like Legend of Heroes, like, you have this overarching villain thing with Ouroboros and the enforcers and the whatever you call them, so what her master is. And it's like their objective is do whatever you want, you know? Like, there really isn't anything going on there, and it's such an important part of the fucking story. Like, after 7 games, they haven't told us a goddamn thing, and it's infuriating because you're telling the player to play 500 hours before they can actually get the plot of the game. And that's not even suggesting that any of the later games actually have anything there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I may get all the way through Daybreak 2 and have zero idea of what Ouroboros is about. And I feel like at the very least, we should have gotten their general idea of what they want from Sky 2 when we actually, like, that was the major plot element, was the Ouroboros, right? That was the whole thing. So, yeah.
I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them remaining forever
I think the
unsolved,
only
too.
thing that we could really suggest from them is that they are trying to activate the artifacts. And, like, that's it. They don't care what happens. They just want them turned on. You know?
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Are you sure you can do this?
Nope.
Fine. Don't worry about me.
No.
The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh.
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor. And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
Time to charge up.
My.
Rean?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. Now,
Oh, the time has
everyone
come.
who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
By the power of becoming an old man, I will defeat you! Oh, my back! Oh.
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
It's my ogre battle.
8 leagues, 1 blade school, intermediate level.
They just had to ruin everything with that. Like, straight up, they just ruined everything with it.
I, Rean Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
Ooh.
I will enjoy this.
This is his ogre power?
Come, my minions.
I'm ogre powered now. Wouchie.
My turn.
Oh, fatal versions of everything now. Bye.
Here we go. Yeah.
Still have to use items to heal myself, though.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. My turn. Here we go.
No, it does damage, but it had the vanish debuff.
Ha ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Reed.
I didn't get my special thingy, though. The time has not come yet.
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
The longest hallway ever on an airship. There's a limit to how big this thing can be, you know.
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes! Perfectly! My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine. Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
They just heard that from all the way down there and had the ability to just like casually make that statement without them catching up.
We're here too.
You got some real guts, kiddo. But you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broken.
Okay, that was pretty cool. I was really lamenting another battle there, and the way that it was handled was actually pretty cool. I thought that was cool. That was cool.
The targets have broken our line of defense.
Then they had to ruin it with that whole "I'm a robot" commencing pursuit bullshit thing. Come on, what is with that language? Why? Why do they ever do that? Why not just say "Let's go after them"? Like, why? I seriously want to know why. What is with that whole commencing, pursuit or engaging target like they're a fucking machine or a robot or something? It's really, really dumb. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. No, that's not militaristic language. You don't say that even in the most rigorous of military situations. That's a robot. That's not a soldier. Like what you would say is like the robotic soldier type language would be an order, not what you're doing. You would be like, pursue the interloper or something like that. Pursue your target. That would be the order. Pursue your target, and then you'd be like, sir, and then you'd go. Like you wouldn't be like, engaging target, pursuing mode, initiating, executing, pursuing mode. Like, you're spending like 20 fucking minutes with your dumb robot language while your opponent is getting away. You know, it's just bad writing. It's really weird. They do it all the time in anime, and I don't get it.
Of course.
Targets in sight. Commencing capture.
See, that shit. Like, she would think it. There's nobody around her. Who's she talking to? Who's she talking to? Like, you would just think it. You wouldn't even think that. It doesn't make sense, man.
My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
How would we even hear that? We're like on the other side of the damn thing, running. That was an intended slow-mo camera angle there.
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Rean Schwarzer.
I mean, you could try to make excuses for you all you want, man, but it like without them actually having somebody talk back into her ear, it doesn't exist. You know? You're just trying to apologize for the weird quirk. Because it happens in anime all over the place, everywhere. It's not just this game. and they don't have excuses there either. You know, you can't make up shit for every time it happens all across all of anime in these games.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that. I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't, but she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Rean? That truly is indecent.
We're forcing this shit, right?
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject.
Also, like, the whole shifting her position to parry the robot thing was cool until they had to do the force camera angle thing.
Isn't that
It's McLovin!
Crow?
And McLovin.
Huh. So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it. But she wasn't the only one. It was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do, but I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
All right.
Right, exactly, Iceburner. That's
This is your
exactly
first
the
time
problem.
fighting me without the mask on, I think.
Anime is mired in tropes that were once successful, and so people just copy it because it was once successful, not understanding why or realizing why or doing anything meaningful. They're just copying other people because it was successful in another show or anime where it worked.
With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. It's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor.
You know, it's kind of funny because, like, if this game got rid of a lot of that language where it's just like it doesn't make sense and it's awkward and silly and dumb, even with the like really, really drawn out like writing style and story delivery, it would be miles better. Like, it's easily the worst part of the storytelling and writing.
Go ahead and try.
Because there would be so much less of that, like, what are they doing? What the fuck is that? You know, kind of thing.
All right, here we go.
Oh, just hit the button. Seal 100%. Oh, what? It said I was gonna get the crit, and then now I gave it to him. No? Okay, I don't know what it's doing then.
Here we go.
Not bad.
Let's move.
Should have given myself. Should have given myself. What do you call it? A heal. Can I cast an art that'll get rid of his crit? No. Oh, I got the delay on him. That worked. What's the 10% chance too? Well, he has a 90% guard from it, basically. But yeah, I think I should probably heal.
Here we go.
Man, the edge is just criminal.
Let's move. Here we go. Let's move. Yeah. That's what I can really do.
Blade 2 deck? Like, did I get a snowboard for beating him in this epic story mode? Part of it?
Alright.
Pretty sure I just got a snowboard for beating him.
Huh. You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. Couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this.
Rean!
Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
We finally caught up to you.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
Don't worry, someone will come along and
But I
save
think
me,
you may have been
making this whole
slightly
escape
too
sequence
reckless.
pointless because we would have just been rescued anyway. Get away from me, McLovin!
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
I understand that, Nevessa. I'm not talking about, like, you know, receiving orders and accepting orders. I'm talking about the, like, overly drawn out, like, you know, hacking scenes in anime where they're like, you know, engaging hack protocols, breaking down systems, or, you know, engaging the code thing, you know, and it's like that kind of stuff. It's just like overly, like, computer robotic dialogue that doesn't make sense. Like all of that, just especially speaking it out loud to yourself, like what's her name did. I understand, like, there's military jargon and everything like that needs to be, you know, concise. That's the whole point of military jargon, is that it's concise, so that orders and directions can be given very concise without wasting a lot of time, so that you can go and do your objective. And yet they'll just like have the most elaborate, nonsensical, blah blah blah, fake jargon talk, you know, talking to nobody a lot of the time, especially when it's like I need to go and like chase after my opponent. You know, why would they sit there and like go engaging target, you know, or like out loud, or like commencing pursuit, you know? It just, why, like, you would say let's go, or let's engage them, or let's pursue, not engaging pursuit, you know, unless of course you were talking on a radio to your commanding officer or something. You know, it's like, oh, you know, I've lost contact, engaging pursuit. There you go, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. It has to make sense in the context, and it has to also be concise as well. And that's where I have the problem.
Hey, don't be too rough with...
Look sharp.
Hey, look, I called it again. You know, I knew it had to be somebody really powerful, and I wasn't quite sure who that would be, because like my first thoughts were like, you know, somebody in the line of Cassius Bright kind of power. So I wasn't really quite sure who would rescue me at this time, but I knew it had to be somebody powerful enough to get through all of this. And seeing the Courageous, it makes perfect sense now. But like, if I had thought about it, I would have definitely guessed Courageous. Oh, it's everybody. You know what's funny about this is that we all just got our asses kicked by this exact same force, and they sent less down to protect us, as if like that's gonna
What are you all?
make a difference.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
Another issue that I have with the writing that it does all the time, that just did, was where they finish each other's sentences. They force out every character having a line here so that they can remain relevant to the story, as if they still exist, they're still here. Like, they didn't, none of them had to have lines except for one person saying, hey, we got you, get out of here, go. Like, that's all that needed to be really said, but instead everybody gets their one-liner, and they're even finishing each other's sentence, which is just ridiculous. I don't like that. That bothers me a lot too.
We meet again, severing chains. And I see you brought the purple lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group. However,
Here it comes again.
I pulled this out of my neck.
Your lordship.
Uncle Victor!
He's not even looking at him. He's like, Your Lordship.
It's good to see you again, Rain. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
Ugh! The Radiant Blade Master is here too?
Huh. You're strong. Very strong.
That's quite the nod coming from the blazing demon himself.
Remember the Zemurian greeting protocol. Let's see. Hold on. Let's get to that. If the person you're greeting by has any aliases, nicknames, or titles, be sure to state them. Make sure to address them by all applicable titles before proceeding, saving the best for last. Should your addressee have no titles, list their noteworthy affiliations instead. Using their actual name is optional. As in, like, Bill, their actual name. If you have been previously acquainted, acknowledged how long it has been since you last saw each other. For less than a year, use monthly intervals. You may reference the circumstances of your last meeting, but you absolutely should not stop to explain the matter to any third party present, which is us, the characters, obviously. If you have any mutual acquaintances, now is the time to acknowledge them. A brief aside on the relevance to both of you, or a shared opinion of the character will suffice. Again, do not explain to anyone listening who may have further questions. Finally, share your hope for the immediate future while restating the addressee's most prominent title. Something like, it will be great to work together, Fangorius Ultra Knight. For an enemy, you'll still want to keep it cordial by indicating that you're hoping to enjoy the impending battle. Let's see what you can do is always appropriate if words fail you. Fucking love how accurate this is gonna be. Yeah, I know, Demi. I don't like it.
I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros. And why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden.
There's two. We're on two. The noteworthy achievements.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be.
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
Convenient hero teleport?
You're here too?
Are you okay, Irene?
Convenient hero teleport? What?
Looks like we landed in the middle of something pretty crazy. And not a moment too soon.
You came!
Glad to see you're all right.
You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Reen, are you?
You gave me the time of my life. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our princess, Reen?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun.
It's like actually
Bro,
painful.
You're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it? I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
She did the math really quickly. You know, she's like, carry the 5. Let's see, divided by 69. Oh, yeah. Look at this. It's, what? How do you quantify that exactly? Out of curiosity? Just roughly 7,082 units of power versus the 7,069 units of power. Okay. Arbitrary units of power.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Oh, doesn't sound like much fun at all. Let's say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead.
The funny thing is, I don't think they understand just how powerful Olivier is compared to all of them. He's like level 130 or something. If they're actually going by the power level concept that the games are so fond of, which DBZ regretted ever doing.
That sounds simply wonderful.
Also, if like they're sufficiently weak and you're sufficiently powerful enough, you would just AoE like all the weak ones out of there.
I'll bring
So
the booze.
it's like some powerful ability or spell.
this is getting us nowhere.
Wasn't Blue Blanc the first enforcer that we ever got, ever saw? Or like knew that they were enforcer?
Look who decided to show up.
Krianos, Vita. Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma.
Yeah, like we got hints of them, but we like, obviously, you know, Huey, Dewey, and Louie or whatever his name is.
Your overall ability
But,
as
like,
a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation
The first one that
stuff
said,
was
I'm an
exceptional.
enforcer, nice to meet you, let's be friends.
I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
Vita. Can't say I understand why we should.
Because orchestrating and choreographing a battle of this scale would be way beyond their budget, that's why.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
How are we gonna get back to our airship? Out of curiosity? Face the Iron Donger!
Okay, see ya, Fee.
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
As opposed to this time where we met, which was also as enemies.
Yep, I know. Aww, I was kind of hoping we'd be able to talk some more. I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh. It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
And then he's just like, pow, dead. There,
Next
Phantom
time
Thief
we
is just
meet
Phantom Corpse now.
Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
What a weird way to address them. If it isn't the Radiant Blade Master and his daughter. The next time we meet Radiant Blade Master and his daughter.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're
This is
up for
way
another
too
beat
cordial.
down, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Way too cordial,
I know.
all of it.
Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you. Then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. It must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
You really did that? Oh, Crow. There's no shame in admitting that you care. You
Elisa's still here too, by the way. She finally gets her line.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice.
I mean, I will say that I do appreciate an antagonist that is like just on the opposite side of the line and isn't really evil. But this is more like Gary Stu kind of thing, where everybody loves the heroes and they're so cool and awesome, and even the bad guys like the good guys because they're the coolest and the awesomest, and everybody just loves you unequivocally, and that's kind of what it feels like. Because like if we're comparing to like Vayne Solidor or something, Vayne Solidor is still very much against you, and his language does not suggest that he's thinks you're the coolest ever. He's your opposition. Maybe he's not evil, but his ambition is to wipe you out because you're in the way, you know? So, I mean, I feel like this is more like, Kali G, you're the coolest and you just need to grow, and maybe next time you can kill me in battle, and that'll just be swell, wouldn't it?
Get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
What was even the point of him getting into his mech anyway?
Is indeed paramount. Selecting well the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 leaves, 1 blade style swordsmanship.
The heart and soul of the two girls, 1 cup style swordsmanship.
All right, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
Just kiss already, fuck. Yeah, let's just jump off this airship, why not? I'm sure it'll be fine. Look, I'm all for the rule of cool, but that was, like, obnoxious.
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace!
Wouldn't it be better to escape off their flank where they don't have a bunch of big frontal cannons? I guess we're probably faster. This will probably be the point. So I was theorizing that the first act, where you get all your party members back, was kind of forced linearity, and then they'll actually open up the world a little bit and let me choose my locations. Potentially. I'll at the very least choose my party more than likely.
I will return to a state of inactivity.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged. Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure Knight, my Awakener.
Don't worry, I will.
Just change Awakener with love. My love.
We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of. As long as we're all together, I know I can get stronger.
I eagerly await your results.
Looks like he went to sleep.
So, this is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up close, huh? I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
I can't possibly begin to thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my aid. And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
We're just happy you're okay.
Wait, we gotta check for the same hair color. Everybody's here? Oh my god. Nobody has the same hair color. Oh, nope, nope. Even the blondes are slightly different. Yeah. Wow. How did they manage that? It's impressive.
Just don't scare us like that again, alright?
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
Toval and Alyssa the closest? Yeah, I think you're right. I was gonna say the next closest would be the maid with Fee, but yeah.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not.
Yeah, I don't see any red at all. There's only
plenty of
orange.
useful info
So
out of
there's
it.
actually a lot of room for red tones and green tones.
So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked in my
In fact, there's
benefit
only
more than
one
theirs.
green tone of hair with Macius.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said and done.
Laura and Victor? No. Laura has a dark blue. Nobody else has dark blue.
Look at you, acting mature and all grown up. Brings a tear to my eye.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you as well. And, dear brother,
I just want to
it's a
say
relief to see
that
you safe
I
and
really
sound.
enjoyed that whole sequence that we just did. I thought it was awesome, but it suffered from the same problem of being too long and too convenient. You know what I mean? Like it just was way too drawn out, and then there was like the whole, hey, I think we should just part ways as friends randomly, conveniently. Like, ain't no way that's happening. Unless, of course, they didn't care about actually keeping us here, in which case they wouldn't have chased us to begin with. They would have just been like, all right, you've made your choice. Bye, you know, kind of thing, right? I think that would have been a more suiting thing. Like if they tried to stop us in the ship, but then when we escaped them, they did not pursue. And then when we got to the deck, it was just Crow. And instead of fighting Crow, he just says, I see you made your choice. Very well. And just hits a button, the chains unpop off of Valifar. And then we go home. I think that would have been a way better way of handling it instead of like the whole weird forced confrontation just to have it just everybody go and like jerk each other off and say goodbye. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean that quite literally because that's what they did. They all just like gave each other handies about how cool they are and then amicably left in the middle of a war. You know, like it just feels so unlikely. I think having that respect from Crow and the opposition about like Reen actually being able to make his choice, because obviously there was a lot of pressure on Reen to say yes. Like they weren't really asking, you know what I mean? But they were kind of asking, and so like the fact that he actually managed to get that far into the escape, he gets onto the deck, Crow pops out and goes, okay, obviously we were trying to pressure you, but you know, I respect your choice as Crow, not as the Noble Alliance or whatever. Even though he might catch heat from Noble Cockbreath or whatever his name is, he still respects Reen and his ability to choose. So, I feel like that would have been a better way to handle that.
Though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them. Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Oh man, that would have been so cool!
Well, it's probably not impossible.
Yeah, that's that's kind of the thing, right? The story takes itself too seriously without enough proper levity. The only levity we get is the weird forced sexuality towards the underage girls kind of thing. That's supposed to be a knee slapper humor thing, and that's like pretty much all we get for levity, and it's kind of creepy instead. So we don't really get proper levity, and with the story taking itself so seriously, I feel like you can't have certain elements in there when you try to be so serious, right?
Now you're just being silly. Sounds about right for our prince.
But otherwise, I really enjoyed the whole
I'd say
aspect
we're
of
clear
what
of
happened
any
there.
immediate danger.
But I feel like they were leaning way too wrong, too hard in the wrong directions to give credibility to the scenes that are actually good.
And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent information. But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Reen!
Toa! George!
We care about
I
this?
thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel. So you were on board too?
You bet. Good to see you.
It's
Rain.
also been a month for me and plus, and I haven't changed out of my school uniform. And at least it makes sense for him to be in the same outfit because he's like a mechanic or an engineer probably. But like, why is Toa still wearing her uniform? Especially considering it seems as if she's working on the ship as a navigator or something. So...
Whoa!
It's it's really you. You're really okay.
Everybody loves Hiro-kun. He's the coolest.
We found out that you were still alive, we got told you had been taken by the Alliance. We've been so worried about you.
Because everybody loves you because you're the coolest, even though you've actually not really done anything to garner that trust and love, except for just like exist and be friendly. But hey,
I'm a real troublemaker.
You're the hero of this
aren't I?
game.
Sorry, Toa. But I'm glad to see you and George made it out okay. Everything I've said to you has been at the back of my mind ever since we parted ways in Trista.
There's a difference between age difference and underage and age difference. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. It's not about like the two characters in question may be age appropriate. It's about the sexualization of the underage character. That's the problem. Like, my dad was like 9 years older than my mom. It's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Like that age difference in adults is like whatever. That's your business, you know? But I'm talking about not the age difference in the characters or who's being romanced together. It's the sexualization of underage characters, especially the very underage ones. Think about it. The sexuality between like Elisa and Laura as 17 years old is kind of like not really there. But as soon as we get to Fee or Milliam or that other robot girl who's like 13 or something, all of a sudden it's like crazy in your face and it's fucking gross.
And it's kept me going every step of the way. So.
Oh. You remembered. You promised me you wouldn't die. And you didn't.
True, good thing for that.
We still need to work on that one. But I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on his word.
See? Reen's a guy you can count on. Nice to see you're holding up okay. Still can't believe you made it through all that fighting in Trista in one piece, but... well, here you are.
Good to see you
Yeah,
again,
I know,
George.
right? Why is George, especially with the hands on the chest hug, it has to be that kind of hug with George. Why is he not doing that?
But how'd you two end up on the Courageous to begin with?
We'll bring you up to speed once we all sit down for our meeting. There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can meet there when you're ready.
That looks more like a bridge than a conference room. That's because it is a bridge. Woo, just enough chairs. Lucky!
Courageous began its independent operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
Coconut, stop.
I see. That explains why you were in Trista.
Hey, don't eat my chair, you damn cat.
Shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous's timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knight's pursuit. And we've been traveling around the country ever since.
There's a
preparing
CNN
to find you
anime
and
with the
take you
female
on
lead that's
board.
15-year-old rich girl voiced by Monica Rial, who is brainwashed to kiss people in a club to give them superpowers and needs to be saved by a 33-year-old photographer voiced by Chris Sabat. Oh, okay. CNN is a weird genre for that because CNN basically means like late, like 18 to 24 is basically what CNN means, and I think you're pointing to the creepiness of it, because it definitely seems creepy. Coconut! Hey, he's being very insistent right now. Don't bite me. Ah. He bit my chin. That hurt. Once again, he does that thing where it's like if I'm not doing exactly what he wants, he bites me for attention. And it's like, it's getting really bad. No, man. You bit me. I'm not giving you more pets after
George
that.
and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Ah, alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebona.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that funny? It's almost like they know it's wrong.
They're working with your former instructor,
Like I said
Major
before,
Nightheart, as
when
well.
it comes to like... Sorry, Cat was doing something again. Typical belief structures, everybody knows what's right. Everybody knows what's right and wrong at the end of the day, yet people will still want something, so they'll believe it knowing full well that it's wrong.
With him too? So he's over in the west now.
Huh. I should have known the 4th Armored Division's ace wouldn't get his ass kicked so easily.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Higham Sutherland Province.
Can you stop it? Fuck's sake, Coconut! Goddamn,
along
dude!
with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire Province.
No, you're fine. Just go back to sleep.
The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact. But the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them
Dude,
at a
oh my
disadvantage.
fucking god, what is your deal? He's just like eating every little inch of my chair and he just won't stop chewing on it.
On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
I'm gonna go take him out and... I'm upgrading my cat. There. I upgraded from a coconut to a chi. Chi? Hey? What is with the cats today? Is it like a full moon or something? Christ. They're all just acting up out of nowhere.
That's terrible.
I'd heard as much, but it still pisses me off to hear it.
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern side of the country, one can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the west.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet the army in the west is putting up a pretty good fight.
Once
by
again,
themselves.
notice how our objective is to defeat the Noble Alliance, not to be impartial.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
It's not even just that. It's not even like he wants my attention. That part's fine. I gave him a bunch of it and I set him down. Then he kept insisting on like getting in my face. And then like, when I came back, Ginger followed me in, and then like Chi jumped down from the basket and started getting in his face, and then like Cecil started acting up, and it's just now Raven's in here acting all weird. Just very
Right.
Ugh.
But that means we're uncertain what course to pursue now.
I'm just saying, like, they pretend to be this third faction, like they are impartial to the war, and yet all they do is fight the Noble Alliance.
And having said
so
that,
it's
we
not
have
a third
question
party,
to pose
is
to
it?
all of you. The question, really. With the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
Well, you got a sweet airship, so we'll hang out with
Us?
you.
We were in the midst of discussing that when Reen was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on both sides. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again.
Pretty sure a lot of people are delusional enough to think that we'll do it,
And
make a
because
difference.
we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this. A part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things in the right direction for Erebonia as a whole.
And what direction is that? Go on.
That was wonderful.
Actually, it wasn't wonderful because it made no sense. It was just flowery language without any conviction. What direction, Reen? What direction?
Still, we aren't all gathered here for the same reasons, be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow. We've all got something that we personally want to accomplish, but accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands. And that's why, no matter how stacked the odds are against us, or how fierce the fighting becomes, we want to put everything we have into making
my
all
fucking
the
God,
difference we
Coconut's
possibly
bad.
can, in whatever way we can.
Okay, he's going now.
I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
You bet.
I agree completely.
I agree with this ambiguous direction.
We may all come from different walks of life, but this time, that can work for us.
Exactly. We have something no one else does, and because of that, we can do things no one else can.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Reen said, however big or small it is in the long run, we have a place in this war, and we have every intention of following it.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
No biggie. We're Class 7. Throw in a few of Reen's trademark speeches and we're raring to go.
Look at you kids.
You all sound like you've really thought long and hard
Yay,
about
let's throw
this.
the children into the middle of war. Woohoo, let's go.
That's the Class 7 I'm proud to serve.
And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that way. Everyone at Thor's has something to bring to the table. Remember the Academy's motto? Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the welcoming ceremony.
The words of Dreikel's the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
It's like you didn't even have to think about it. You guys just knew.
Once again, knew what? What direction? What the fuck are we actually, like, there was nothing that was stated at all. It was just ambiguous flowery language saying, we can do it if we try. Do what? Do what? It was the ambiguous steer the country in the right direction. Bro, that's the sound of a fucking dictator right there. Like, steer the country in the right direction as if it's on the wrong course. Well, yeah, war is sure the wrong course or whatever, but like saying like steer the country in the right direction as if everybody else is misguided or something. It's ambiguous language to get people all riled up because everybody's always upset about the current state of things all the time, especially other people, certain types of people that you want to get riled up. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is we don't actually have a direction. We don't have a motive or a goal or anything. It's all just, we can do it. And it just, like, do fucking what? Exactly. Please, before you congratulate Reen on his nothing speech, why don't you just ask him what he actually wants to do? What are we actually going to do? Oh, it's going to be fight the Noble Alliance. It's not going to be fight the Imperial Army. It's going to be fight the Noble Alliance and all the various places. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Which
you should be
is,
proud of
by the
yourselves.
way, taking a side. It is not being impartial.
And it's true that Thor students are scattered all over the country right now. But I'm sure that each and every one of them are fighting too. And they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand, Your Highness.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it some thought, but I wasn't expecting such a stirring conviction. But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take. If you would do the honors, Captain.
As you wish. We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. We're going to entrust this ship to you.
Of course, because we're the heroes.
From here on out, the Courageous is yours to command as you see fit.
What?
What?
Father, Would you mind elaborating?
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left entirely to your discretion.
I mean, I think this actually kind of sort of half makes sense, because I think Class 7 was developed for the purpose of being an elite strike force for that supposed third party, and this ship was probably commissioned to assist with that. And that's basically Olivier's little private army to like be a better voice for Erebonia or something like that. But like, of course, obviously we don't really have an actual goal or objective yet, so it's still weird. But I think this was originally part of the plan. It's like, create this force, guide them, but they will be in control of the ship, kind of thing.
I imagine your journey to make a difference.
And I'm guessing it was just like whenever
Needs a
war
home
comes,
base to
not not like in so many years. It's like, look, war's coming. Maybe it's sooner than we want it to be, but at that point. But I will say, like, direct command of the ship, maybe too much. Maybe like,
yes, but
your voice is the most important. But if it's way out of line, then pull on the reins.
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces.
What? Now that doesn't make
Once
any
there,
sense.
We'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region.
The 7th Armored Imperial Army Division? That's definitely neutral and not part of the Imperial Army?
The
Yes,
intention
yes.
is to ensure that
definitely
as few
being
innocents
that
as possible
impartial
are harmed by this
third party
conflict.
again.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous to aid us in pursuing that goal.
Oops. Drop my controller.
But with us headed west, we'd be leaving all of Eastern Erebonia in your hands.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
Kinda. If we got the courageous, we could give our third faction some real weight. Neither side could afford to ignore
That
us.
definitely makes some very logical sense that we'd put this massive power of incredible value in the hands of children. That makes perfect sense. Although with Sarah
even sure the
at the
guild
kind
could
of
come up
helm
with a
here,
plan this wild.
I guess it's not just throwing it in the hands of children, although even Sarah's only like 22, so.
Well, it's fair to say I've learned a lot from the way the Guild's members handle things, yourself included. Oh, and Alphen?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well.
Of course she is.
This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete backing from a member of the Imperial family.
I'd be happy to. Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Rice Arnor, will guarantee the legitimacy of their actions.
What about Rice B?
So do whatever you see fit to do. You have my full support.
That's like, I will endorse their. I will like. What did she say? Something about their actions. Like, give legitimacy to their actions. Anyway, do whatever you want.
Thank you, Your Highness.
I give legitimacy to your actions, which is ambiguous at best. Anyway, do whatever the fuck you want.
We are truly honored to have you with us.
I'm sure there will be no conflict as to who is the authority.
No turning back now.
Amongst our group.
Yeah, seriously.
We hereby humbly accept custody of the courageous.
Please, leave Eastern Erebonia to us.
We'll be counting on you then.
I'm looking forward to toasting your future successes.
On that day, Class 7 was entrusted with the day-to-day runnings of the Courageous. Viscount Arcide and Prince Olivier decided they would disembark near Legram and travel to Western Erebonia across the lake. And after receiving the bare minimum of instructions on how to operate the ship, the bright-eyed new owners set course for Ebel Highway. Why? Oh, to drop them off. Okay, fine.
I'm leaving you in charge of the Courageous's day-to-day operations. I don't doubt you'll make a fine acting captain.
would be an honor.
Well, she does have experience with class president, so that definitely makes her a navigator and captain of a military vessel. It couldn't just be that he was actually passing on his hat. He had to have a spare. That seems like an oddly specific hat to have a spare of. I just wanted to put on not her school uniform, you know, especially as a main character with a voice actress and everything, voice lines, and they still didn't give her a normal outfit. I just don't understand. I thought I might lose pretty much all of them. It's actually funny how we had this conversation earlier about how Claire and Sharon were gonna be there serving us for all time, you know, or whatever, and then nothing happened. Like, we literally get no combat, and then they leave.
Well then, it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting on your charm to keep everyone motivated.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
Remember, when child and parent are reunited, it's just like, oh, it's nice to see you again. But when Rean gets reunited after only a month, by the way, it's like, oh my goodness, Rean, I'm so happy.
Well, there they go. You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lions, I can only hope they make it through unscathed.
Oh, I wonder who's gonna die.
Oh, I'm sure they'll all
Oh,
be
never
just
mind.
fine.
Nobody's gonna die. The game was slapping you in the face with the transparency.
They don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yes, I suppose you're right. And the same goes for me, too. I can't very well call myself a Thor's alumnus and fail to deliver.
Well, well, aren't we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite. I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry. The old guard will do as it must to keep watch over the young and vigilant. Speaking of the
yeah,
old
the
guard,
math is the clip.
Chancellor Osborne was also a Thor's graduate, was he?
Yes, he was.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him, but there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
They just have no courage, you know?
It must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
It takes courage to write a character to die, I think. Especially if it's a very important character, you know? This game has so little courage that even the bad guys don't even die.
amiss?
Except for in extremely rare circumstances.
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the Imperial Guardsmen when the city was occupied. But then after that, it simply disappeared at some point.
Disappeared, you say?
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the intelligence division did something to that effect.
Are they talking about his body?
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for
So
concern.
it's actually funny because I was just gonna say that I'm pretty sure Osborn isn't dead, and it just is really, really testament to the whole nobody dies in these games kind of thing, and it's frustrating. Again, no courage. Like they can't even have the guy that got shot through the heart and had his chest explode die. You know what I mean?
It's difficult not to draw parallels.
But we'll see.
With the
Maybe
Lance
it's
Maiden's
some other
sudden
weird
death
thing.
Following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable. I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave. He had so many plots in motion, I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
Oh good, are we actually gonna see the Imperial Army's like nefarious side so we can actually pretend to be impartial? Or is it just no, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, because the Imperial Army is technically the reformist faction. Equivalent. I don't know who those are.
No change in weather or wind direction since entering Kreutzen provincial airspace.
Oh.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH.
Isn't it SPF? Pretty sure it's SPF, okay? Idiot.
Nothing abnormal detected on the radar thus far.
Detour around the Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds. Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes, ma'am. Wow, she's a real natural at this.
That's all she said was spin around in circles and hide in the clouds and pretend that you're not getting caught. That's all she said.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council.
Because like, how do you, where do you hide in the sky aside from like, okay, find the clouds or whatever? But it's like, how clear of a day is it exactly, and how well can you actually be hidden in the middle of the sky, right?
She still looks like a mascot
You know.
character, though.
You either need to flow very low to the ground so you're not spotted, or you are continuing your path so you're not spotted.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's
I haven't
in
really
charge.
seen any of that stuff though.
So today's
Big
the
red
day we
airship with
start our journey anew,
contrast
right?
across against the sky. Yeah.
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night. Now all that remains is to do it.
Oh, did we? We settled what we were going to be doing? Oh, really? Oh, please illuminate us. It was we're going to steer Ereboni into the correct path. Oh, okay. I hate it when they do this. I know it's probably more of a personal
Well,
issue,
Toa and George should be able to handle the
but
day-to-day
I still
running of
don't
the ship,
think
so that's
it's
out of the way.
I don't think it's a smart way to write. What they do is they talk about something that you never saw happen, and then immediately do like a previously on flashback kind of thing, and it's like it just confuses the player to try and I don't know what they're trying to do. Are they trying to like? Do they think that like I'm just totally engrossed and I'm gonna be like, ooh, what are they talking about? What's this? You know, kind of thing. But I mean, at the same time, that previous scene where they said we're gonna do it, kind of suggested that they knew what they were gonna do without actually saying anything. So it just is very confusing to me, you know. But I feel like without any kind of proper conveyance of plot and information to the player, or elaboration, saying those kinds of things is only gonna evoke confusion, and not the good kind of confusion is like, ooh, who's this guy or what's going on here? It's the, huh? We didn't talk about that. What are you talking about? Kind of confusion.
And whatever we decide, it's not like we're going to be able to do anything major today. I think it's time we start hammering down exactly what we're going to be doing from tomorrow onward.
In theory, the Courageous gives us the ability to fly around the whole country with ease.
Sweet.
But in reality, the Noble Alliance has control over most of Erebonia.
That's so
We're
sweet.
limited in where we can actually go.
Yeah, we don't want to risk getting too close to Alliance territory.
Even though we were in the heart of
We'd
it
run the
earlier.
risk of being captured, or even worse,
being shot down.
It's sad to think how we barely have anywhere we can land with an amazing airship like this at our disposal.
I think we should just start taking over the country ourselves. You know?
Care to share your thoughts on this, instructor?
Oh, you kids can just do whatever you want.
You know, I was like, well, it's a good thing we have Instructor Sarah here because at the very least, like, we have somebody competent and experienced in this kind of thing to help guide us. And it's like, she'll probably be more or less in command or something. And then it's just like, nah, let's let the kids do whatever they want. What? You just said that, right? Like, you just... Also, I feel like it's kind of dangerous to have this, like, big military airship flying around in the middle of a war zone because either side is going to be like, that's not one of ours. It must be the enemy, so let's shoot it down, you know, kind of thing, right? It's just... I feel like we're basically on everybody's targets whenever we go into anybody's airspace. Also noticed how they said that we're only not allowed to go into the Noble Faction's airspace. Whereas the Imperial Alliance airspace is fine because, let's be honest, we're not even a third faction. It's straight up, we're just some branch faction of the Imperial Army fighting the Noble Alliance only. So, holy shit, Marissa! That was 110 months! I saw the resub, but I didn't see the number. Number go up big, big. Thank you for that godly tier. 310 months, are you kidding me? That's huge. Thank you. And Zenith right behind with the 31 months. Thank you as well for the 31 months of subbing. The Imperial faction isn't going to shoot down the prince's ship, assuming that they know it's his. Because, like, you know, some people know it's his, sure, but not everybody.
I lost the will to put in any effort after Captain Classy got off.
It's just, I mean, like, okay, here's another factor, right? The Noble faction is supposed to be protecting the traditions of Erebonia, which means Emperor, the Emperor's family, and the nobles as the ruling class of the country, right? And yet the Imperial family is, you know, being in protective custody, right? So by that token, that would suggest that Prince Olivier is, of course, of the ruling royal family, and thus they wouldn't shoot him down either by that logic, you know? Because they're supposed to be in agreement with keeping the tradition of the emperor as the ruler. Supposedly. Obviously, we know that that's not true because they're trying to claim all the power for themselves and everything, but... Marissa has redeemed 200,000 Cheddar points to give the kitties treats, so let's go ahead and do that. We can talk about everything. So yeah, I just feel like by that logic, we should be able to go anywhere we want, right? But realistically, we're supposed to be a third party regardless. So if the Emperor's child, one of the princes, is going off and not being part of the Imperial army, then wouldn't he be a traitor as a third party? You know, they're just really glossing over that concept of the fact that we're supposed to be a third party, and yet all we're doing is really fighting for the Imperial army. Yep, they already know. Kitties want treats! Kitties! Kitties! Where's Mia? Buddy, come on. Mia's not in here. Everybody else is in here but Mia. Yeah. Even Ginger's over there off camera getting some, and Cecil's behind me getting some. Mia should be charging in here. I started shaking it again, and Coconut was like aggressively sniffing where more treats could be. Well, I'm surprised. I just saw Mia when I went out there earlier. So, I don't know why she's not up here. Now that Coconut's got some treats, maybe it'll calm the fuck down. Alright. Thank you, Marissa, for giving kitties treats. Don't know where Mia went to. Just disappeared.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so highly of my father, but
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Sportsmanship, if you know what I'm saying.
What?
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people fighting in whatever you end up doing, I'll be happy to help you out. Just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids, not to me. If you want my advice, then you got it. But you need to be able to make all the important decisions on your own.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal. Something realistic that we can all work together towards. And the how would be a basic idea on how we intend to achieve it.
Uh-huh. It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
I like how we agreed to do all of this without actually having a goal, so we just agreed to thing.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the weeks before the Academy Festival, remember? The concert was what you were working toward, and all your other planning was how you intended to pull it off.
I see. That makes sense.
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working out all the details, come to think of it.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
we were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, but if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem half as much.
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
Why? Why does everything have to revolve around the Academy?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
The most strategically insignificant point in the entirety of this whole thing.
George, the Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
How convenient.
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but...
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country. Now, most of the upper-class students chose to stick it out, though. They've got no reason to fear the Alliance, being nobles and all.
All right, then. I think our what should be taking back the Academy.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need
Why?
a proper base sooner or later.
Why, though?
But with it,
Why?
we can get a better look at the current state of things in
Okay.
Erebonia and try to reach out to those who are in
When
need.
you were Lloyd Bannings and you were a cop and you had to go around and help people out and do your cop things or whatever, like, there was still like a pretty good focus of being a cop, even if it was just side story fluff stuff, right? But when you started to investigate things and it started to get a little spicy, you had a clear goal of putting to bed all of these nefarious groups like the Mafia and the Dr. Doom guy with his flowers of death or whatever, and we were investigating the building of the, you know, the bigger plot, you know, with the flowers appearing everywhere, and trying to uncover the mysteries of Kia and everything. Like we had a goal, not to mention the whole like mayor situation, right? There was this like actual tangible goal. What is our goal with this group? To go and have a rad time and be friends, and like what's the point of liberating the academy? What purpose is there for that other than to start a war with the Noble Alliance? Because we would have to attack their forces to liberate it. That's how that works.
And whatever information we learn along the way could bring us.
It serves no strategic value to do that. So why?
Can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are gonna be rock solid.
Also, keep in mind they say take it back. This is important wording, right? Because we're taking it back from who? Oh, the Noble Alliance. Okay, so it's actually really funny because the Noble Alliance's supposed goal is going back to the way things were, which basically just means getting rid of the what do you call it, faction, the reformist faction, right? It just means getting rid of those people. That's really what this is about for them anyway. But like going back to the way things were, wouldn't that be exactly what the Noble Alliance wants with the school? Also, taking back suggests that they're an invasive force and we're gonna beat them back and then take it back and give it to who? Oh, take it back would mean putting it back in the hands of the Imperial Army or the Imperial government or whatever, right? So who are we actually fighting for? Oh, that's right, the Imperial Army. So we're still not a impartial third party. We are literally just doing anti-Noble affiliate, whatever stuff, Noble Alliance stuff. And that's not how an impartial third party works. You would how would an impartial third party even act in this kind of situation where if you don't believe in the Imperial Army's faction and you don't believe in the Noble Alliance's faction and you see them fighting, where's the third party lie? Do you go, who's doing the most war crimes and will fight against you? Or do you just go like, well, actually I want to beat up both of you because I want a different law system established after this war is done, you know? Like, what's the third party actually doing? It was awesome to provide as a deterrent before the war started. That seemed actually kind of good because it's like, hey, I'm going to watch you and I want to see your shitty actions. If you do shitty actions, I'm going to join the other side. But after the war started, now we have to pick a side because it's one or the other, unless we want to be a third force that wants to take it over for our own agenda. So where actually is this whole supposed third impartial party? And it doesn't exist.
Still, I like it. What goal is more worthy of us than reclaiming something we hold so dear?
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
I'm genuinely moved by your positivity.
Generally moved by your ignorance.
Well, their optimism is probably their strongest point.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the others from thinking it too? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the academy, why not go and ask them to join us? I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
That's a great idea.
So we're gonna turn the school into a military recruitment facility that will eventually determine the fate of the war by sending them all into battle to die?
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye out.
Oh, okay.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point.
What? What do you mean it's not their full-time job? What the fuck else is their full-time job? Do they go like, are they the assistant manager at the Burger King down the street in the meantime? How the fuck are they getting to and from work on the airship? What do you mean this isn't their full-time job? It's their only fucking job. What?
Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
Why? Especially considering they're bought and paid for by, I don't know, the fucking prince?
I know our numbers are small right now.
I'm just genuinely confused.
But the more people we can get on our side, the higher chance we stand of making Trista and the Academy our home again. And I don't know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it. I know.
No, that's the funny thing is we're gonna be replacing the crew with students.
Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students to help us out as we can. All for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor's military academy.
I'm really trying to get behind this plot, I really am. But that just sound like a bunch of nonsense, pointless shit because our only identity is students of Thor's Academy. After a fucking 100 hours of game, you couldn't, like, give them more personality than just, we're students. Oh, hey, what's up, Linder? And Doobies again, as of course, with the 29 months. Thank you very much, dude. Hope you guys are doing good. You guys still doing the WoW thing, or are you beyond that? It's all about a new school concert. Dude, if this game ends on another school concert, I'm just gonna flip my lid. I think I might burn my disc. No, not really, I wouldn't do that. Casually, nice. Yeah, I haven't touched it since I stopped and started streaming. Every now and again, I look at all the new expansions and all the new stuff, and I'm just like, man, I wouldn't mind going through all that, but then it's like, nah. We don't have many places we could go to at the moment, but there's Legram, Ymir, and Nord Islands. We're able to land at the 4th Armored Division base too, right? Yeah, I asked Dad about that yesterday, he's fine with it. Because we're the impartial third party. Probably better for us to swing by all of them at once. What? What? What do you mean it's better to swing by all of them? Come back and play casually, it's pretty fun. Well, first off, I mean, I have the authenticator locked on my account, and I have no idea where that is. But second, I don't know if I could commit to that. I just, like, even other things that I try to commit to, I never end up having the time for it. Believe me, it's on my mind a lot, though. I think about all you guys as well and hanging out again. That was definitely the height of WoW was our group that we had. Prince Oliver sent a few requests to take care of. He did. Oh, joy. The details are all right behind you. That's the request board. No need to fear, technology doesn't bite, plus it's easier for you to grab stuff from there. So go on and take a look. They really just did like... the Zero style of getting our quests, basically. I'll definitely give it some more thought. Aiden Legrand. Lieutenant General Craig. President Toa. I figured out what few Thor students are. Oh, okay. And then regular monster. So the two things that have to do with engaging other military targets is pro-Imperial Army. It is temporarily not possible to remove guys from the party. It's fine, I'll just put them on sit out. Chapter 2, The Awakening Lions. It actually just seems like the Awakening side quests, but, you know. Should probably do as the instructor recommends and tour the facilities on board at least once before disembarking. There's not much, but it'd be smart to see if George is on the ship's hold. Go see George in the ship's hold and pay Velimir a visit. Might be good to see Princess Alphen too. Student info tab. Alright, well, first things first, get the fuck out of my party. I like how her new weapon is just her old weapon, but 2. Our offense is actually notably higher now. Oh, what is hers? Thor. Oh, that's the HP EP recovery on attacks. And crafts, though, not magic. Not arts. Okay, this looks like pretty much the party that we'll have for the rest of the game, I think. Did anybody actually ever use Machias or Jesus in their team? Like, they gotta be the 2 least favorite characters. No, it's not like the co-writer isn't saying like, no, I didn't. He's like, no, nobody did. You use Jesus? I don't think Jesus would approve of being used. I mean, Elliot with his defense regen, it makes a very attractive sub-menu or party member to pop in and use or whatever, but if they can't build up their craft points in between, you know, because you sub them back out, just kind of become worthless. Of course the bike will randomly be here. The area the Courageous contains a noble factory. Like any other orbital factory, you can forge weapons, synthesize quartz. Also happens to be the most spacious part of the Courageous. This is where the Velimir and the Orbital Bike are stored. Eventually, both of these can be customized as well. George of the storage. Watch out for that spanner. I like how we all rush to go save Reen. Like, okay, think about it from their perspective. I go off in my mech and get basically kidnapped, right? And they're all going out to go rescue me. But before they head out, they're like, hey man, wait, I want to get that orbital bike. Let's get this bike on board as well, instead of like, let's go. And it's like, no, we're just chilling. We decided to bring the bike or whatever. I want to know what this thing runs on, what kind of fuel source, and why we can just go wherever. Like, how are we maintaining this thing? By pressing the square button on the highway to open navigation screen and pressing it again, you can ride the bike wherever you are. Press square button twice in succession while on highways and certain field maps to ride the bike. Note this cannot be done from within dungeons. Press the circle button, it's just a horse. You can also now customize the bike color. Why is that so expensive for that? Morokumo. Oh, it's attack, steal, crit damage. No arts on it though. Uh-huh. I'll have to get it later then. Well, there's definitely no weapons to get, but I just can't get them here. As far as the quartz I can get, most of it's pretty meh stuff. I guess I can get Action 2 and MP 2, but not really. Oh, hit 2. Here we go. Here's the good shit right here. Oh, she has that. That's why she doesn't have hit on. But this is 100% accuracy, so yeah. I'd like to stick with party members and set them because I don't want to keep like bouncing my loadouts to different characters. It's a pain in the butt to do that, and you kind of end up missing things, like missing specific build options that you really enjoyed using, and so you kind of like end up being weaker as a whole because of it. And so that's why I don't like jumping party members. Not to mention I want to play with characters that I like more, and of the characters in the game, these are probably three of my favorites. I would say I like Sarah as well, but that's why she's in Sit Out. Honestly, the only reason I don't have Sarah in the team is because I kind of like them all, right? But she takes the place of Laura, or maybe Elisa, and so then I lose like the potential for an additional healer or a spellcaster or my big smashy Laura, and I just don't want to compromise that, basically. So it's like, as a sub character, fine. You know, if I can pop her in and out and get something out of her, then great. But generally speaking, it's more about maintaining the build along with using characters I like. This is the most common party, really? It makes the most sense because caster, heal, and kind of caster, like medium caster, but mostly caster. So that's kind of better as a healer. And then smash. If I were to sit anybody, it would be Elisa, I think. No questions allowed. Only ultimate agreement, no matter what. No, what's up? How did the robot get in the hangar? There's been a passage of time, but also we all retreated from the enemy airship to this airship, so this was our point of retreat. Oh, that doors. Yeah, the hangar doors. Yeah. Let me figure that out. Oh, okay. I got my Super Saiyan form. Spirit Unification. This craft unleashes the power sleeping within Reen. It raises strength, speed, and defense by 50% and imbues them with the Unleashed status. Changes crafts. Nullifies status stat downs. Cool. I can become... Let's see. That door is not big enough for him. Nope. In fact, like, even as big as that door is, it's not big enough. These little garage doors on the side are definitely not big enough. Maybe if, like, this little partition between the two doors wasn't there, it might actually be big enough to, like, have him crawl through, but yeah, there is not there's not a thing above either that opens up, because it's all ventilation, and there's not anything below either. Oh, maybe this right here. This could be a cargo elevator. This might be it. I would say if there's anything that lets him in and out of here, it would be this right here. And that's a pretty tight fit, I might add. That would definitely be a really tight fit, because, yeah, he's pretty bulky, so. Still, it suggests that that would actually be the way he would get in and out. My favorite part is the kitchen, etc. Who doesn't love the kitchen, etc.? Second floor has a kitchen and infirmary. While these facilities are limited, you will more will become available as you continue to recruit students, including getting snowboards. Blade 2, Electric Boogaloo. This is where you got up to? Honestly, this is like the most promising part of the frickin' game so far, like unlocking an airship and all these different facilities, so you can have like a shipbuilding, army building kind of thing. Although I will say that like the plot element is really dumb. Like they just conveniently give me the airship and then just say, have at it, go do whatever you want. And then we choose to go liberate the school. Okay. He must have slipped it into my pocket during our fight, obviously. Oh, okay. So every new story development or new chapter, you get a new level that you can bondage with your characters. Let's play Blade 2 and see what this new strategic element is.
Please, draw a card.
They're all the same cards.
We're evenly matched. The first move is yours. Well played.
Oh, I made her redraw her hand.
We're evenly matched. The first move is yours. We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. The first move is yours.
I'm gonna make
We're
us
evenly matched.
redraw over and over and over again.
The first move is yours.
Oh, darn.
Divine Bolt!
By the way, there's no way I can win because by playing a card to a tie,
Raging wins.
I lose a card and she doesn't.
Power!
So she just like,
Excellent duel.
yeah, she has a bunch more cards. Wasn't really all that more strategic. It just was more of the same. Like there were more things of the same thing. You know what I mean? It didn't really, it's just basically big number win. I want to play billiards. Oh, it looks like there's a pub, which makes sense. Oh, it's a library. That was a mug. Yeah, exactly. They added some card types, which doesn't really change anything. It kinda does. I mean, they're not wrong in that it does make it more strategic, but it doesn't really make it more strategic. It's still kind of a crapshoot. Oh, well, Elisa is talking to a guy. She must be cheating on me, because if I were talking to a girl, it would be a lecherous activity. So if Elisa's talking to a guy, clearly that means the reverse, or the same thing rather, for, you know, for her side of things. So obviously I should criticize her drastically for talking to another guy, because that's the right thing to do, right? Right? Third floor contains a variety of facilities to make use of, including shops and room you can take a nap. Nap. Only one job is available for now, but recruit students. Did it say I can get craft points from there as well? I guess I'm already at 200, so I won't know. And dunks my magic defense to shit. I hate that I can't scroll down. There we go. I can't scroll down. That's how I scroll down. Okay. I always love the idea of these little wimpy propellers. They're tiny and wimpy, and it's like we're basically defying gravity by putting ourselves in like an anti-gravity bubble to fly around. So why the propellers? It just does not make any sense whatsoever. Also, aren't those like the engines? It feels like a weird place to put that, because it would melt the railing and be very uncomfortable for the rear deck. I think overall I got about 100 or so attack power, because Laura was in the 1400s, now she's in the 1500s. Only royals allowed in there. Guess I can't go. I like how it's like a town with the little town signs, you know, kind of thing. Fourth floor contains a number of useful facilities, including the conference room, various training rooms. And the most important room, where Alphen just kind of sits there. Three training rooms in all, built to train your close combat, range combat, arc abilities, respectively. These can't be used immediately, but you'll be able to use them once you've recruited students capable of running them. Okay, there could be some neat rewards for that. I thought about that too, Kamen Rider, and I was thinking about it, and the speed of these ships is supposed to be insane, right? So, with that in mind, those propellers would not really do anything for that. You have those big engines, right? The blasters, that's what would give you the speed. Quick travel. Okay, good. Award granted to those who have independently voluntarily strived to better the lives of the others across the land. I'm guessing quests. Award granted only to those who have demonstrated love for their fellow human beings, showing the earning and trust of their understanding of people. I'm guessing affinity. Enough affinity. Those who perform great acts with strength, defeating powerful foes. So there might be a special mission. Or a certain point in the game, perhaps. Super boss, optional boss, something like that. That would be my estimate on how to get each of those medals. I imagine they're probably good accessories, would be my guess. But how good, I don't know. Ding dog. Talking to Toa in the captain's chair will allow you to both select the destination and organize your party, regardless of who is selected in Reen's support. Who is selected as Reen's support in battle, Reen will tour the Courageous alone. Okay. After landing, you can board the Courageous again by pressing the square button to access the navigation menu, followed by pressing the start button. Note that the feature is only not available in dungeons or select portions of the story. Speak to Toa and select a destination to fly to a specific point within Erebonia. Return to the ship anytime by pressing the square button. Note that this cannot be done from within dungeons. Yeah, you said that. Check-in reporting quests. You can confirm a report quest by inspecting the orbital computer, or just their computer, because calling it orbital computer is weird. Reporting quest nets AP, which in turn will periodically raise your student strength and earn new rewards, making it wise to check it frequently. Inspecting the computer also gives you access to the latest information available regarding store student scatters all over Erebonia. Once the information has been read, it will automatically be recorded in your notebook. I can't see it on my left eye. Yar, me mateys! Hoist the sail and swab the poop deck or something. I don't know how pirates go. Why? Okay, that's more weird. Wait, like... I thought, oh cool, Toa actually does have a casual outfit, but like, why is it like a prom dress? You know? Why are we playing dress up Toa? I don't get it. What? Why does she doesn't wear glasses? Oh, we did that, okay. Apparently there's a number of second-year Thor students out there trying to fight the Alliance. They've been on the move ever since, trying to set up Arcus relay devices wherever they can. Don't you forget it, but seriously, if we can find them, it should be a great asset to our cause. There's a chance you'll run into them in a populated area, but I'm guessing you'll have better luck in the highways. Okay, well, this is actually a great time to end it, so let's save it and wrap things up because, I mean, it's like we got the world as our oyster a little bit. I'm really excited to see what actually we can do with this and where we can go and what we can do, but I'm guessing it's going to be relatively the same thing. We just have more choices to go. But, you know, that is looking, it's looking better, we'll say, you know. But yeah, the mustache, yeah. For the immersion. It's probably the paid DLC. I mean, yeah, but I'm not questioning where I got it because it came with the special edition that I have. I'm questioning why it's even in the game. It just feels weird to dress up Toa like that, you know, as a non-party member. It just feels awkward. But yeah, that's it for the evening. We're all done for today. And, well, we won't get back into this until Tuesday, which is kind of a bummer because we just opened up some really, really neat stuff. It seems like we have a big world opened up to us. We'll see what that actually means and how good it is to navigate that and whether it's meaningful or if it's just arbitrary. I don't know. But tomorrow's day off, no stream on Saturday. And then Sunday, Monday is going to be our viewer voted game, which is going to be Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which is an RPG that's supposed to be like Final Fantasy X, but it's Lord of the Rings. So we haven't started it yet. I would recommend checking back on Sunday to see what that game is about because it could be very interesting. So thanks everybody for hanging out. All the love and support and bits and donations and subs and resubs. Keeping the stream going. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing y'all on Sunday with a very, very interesting looking game. So good night, everyone. Cheers.